open forums. To start our second to the last session, I would like to call on Ms. Kathleen Laika Barrera to be our moderator for this session titled Ethics and Politics in Contemporary French Philosophy. Can we all please give her a round of applause?
So hello everyone. For our first topic, we have Images of Bodies in Duterte's Drug War, Aesthetic Intervention in Philippine Politics by Dr. Lynn. So Darlene Demandante's research interest broadly revolves around the role of subjects in social and political emancipation. In particular, her aim is to investigate the relationship between the material aspect of political subjectivity, corporeality, affects, dreams or aspirations, and the struggles of political subjects against various forms of oppression through real, concrete, and creative means of asserting their agency. Demandante teaches us philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas, Philippines, and has a number of publications on political philosophy and aesthetics. So for today's session, we will meet Dr. Lynn through Zoom. So once again, let us welcome Dr. Lynn Demandante and give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. Can everyone hear me? Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
I think there's an echo somewhere. Not sure. But I hope it's clear. Okay. Can I start? Yeah, I didn't know what was happening earlier. I couldn't hear the audio. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So bonjour les tous. I hope you had a good lunch, and I hope you're not sleeping enough to listen to philosophizing about dead at this dead hour. Okay. I think I'm gonna close my video so that I can get better, and then I'll just open it later during the Q&A. Okay, so I'm sorry I had to be the sole reminder of the horrors of Zoom meeting today because I can't do it today. My paper is, I'm gonna try to keep it short. I prepared 4,500 words because it says I'm given like 45 minutes, but I hope I won't be able to do all of that because I'm more interested in your questions later after I read my paper. So the presentation is Images of Dead Bodies in the Duterte's Drug War, Aesthetic Intervention in Politics. This paper is originally meant as a commentary on the documentation done on the drug war, but I think I'll be deviating a bit and presenting the more general problem or project that I'm working on dead bodies in politics. And then in the process, I'll talk about images too, but probably only in passing or just the beginning of my reflection on the documentation of the drug war. There's going to be a lot of photos of the dead and some blood and gore. So if you're not into that, just close your eyes, or I don't know how you're going to escape that. So all photos do not belong to me. They were from the work of the Night Crawlers, the group of photojournalists like Rafi Lerma and Dante Diaz where I use their photos for my slides. So my discussion is divided in two parts. First, I'm going to talk about questions and problems, and then how theories or how philosophy in general talk about dead bodies. And then I'm going to talk about the photo documentation of dead bodies. The first part. So this is one of the photos after Operation Toktago, and they're cleaning the streets. Okay. So when considering the question of politics, the notion of bodies may not necessarily emerge as the focal point of discourse. Significant attention is often directed towards abstract concepts such as governance, power dynamics, institutional frameworks, and policy formulation, which tend to be viewed as the key constituents of political systems. However, corporeality is the site of social inscription, where political powers and social regulations are concretely mapped. For instance, the state, through its legal and regulatory apparatus, often exercises control over the bodies of its citizens. Bodies are often subjected to hierarchies and false dichotomies, directly affecting their political subjectivity. Political subjectivity depends on a bodily ontology that informs how we are shaped by politics and at the same time, how we engage with politics. So in my project, I emphasize the significance of examining politics from a perspective that considers actual individuals, specifically those who have tragically lost their lives in the political conflict between a governing state and its populace. And I ask, can dead bodies do politics? I highlight the political agency of dead bodies, which are often overlooked and only seen as victims of oppression. My argument is twofold. First, dead bodies challenge the limits of politics by making political claims about who should be considered as political subjects. And second, they resist social injustices by unifying communities which respond to their affects. So using the war on drugs as a paradigmatic example, I aim to shift our focus away from autonomy-based political agency and instead explore the politics of vulnerable bodies to challenging oppressive state policies. In my argument, I use my reading of Rancier's notion of aesthetics as corporeal to discuss tangible human bodies, thereby highlighting the bodily and emotional injustices stemming from events like the drug war. However, before making this argument, it is also important to reflect on the ways through which our sensibilities relate to the phenomenon of dead bodies. Hence, the questioning of the relation between aesthetic images and dead bodies. Okay, so next. I don't know what's happening on your end. I'm technically blind, so just send me a message so that I'm aware if I'm still here or I don't know what's happening. Okay, dead bodies and philosophy. In political theory, the dead is often treated as a non-entity, a mere object devoid of political significance. Dead bodies lack the agency of the living, but it is undeniable that their effective appeals are strong enough to start revolutions. Thus, I think that by examining the relationship between dead bodies and politics, we can uncover new ways to resist injustice and violence, tapping into the powerful affect of the dead body. Continuing this line of inquiry, my project explores how dead bodies can be counted as political subjects and animate political contestations against inhumane practices in the present. I also aim to explore how dead bodies are often conceptualized and how these conceptualizations can contribute to understanding the role of bodies in politics. To develop my argument, I draw concepts from several thinkers. In the discussion of the dead bodies in theory, I use Foucault and Achille Mbembe's power politics of life and death. Pitting Membe's necropolitics with Foucault's biopower allows us to see the dynamics of sovereignty and the political subject through two contrasting lenses, the colonial lens and the post-colonial lens. Although there is a similarity in how both thinkers, Foucault and Membe, regard the dead body as dominated by the power of the sovereign, there remains a stark difference in their conceptions of the power of the state yielded over the body of its citizens. Foucault's lectures in Society Must Be Defended provide a framework for understanding how colonial power operates on the human body. It traces the evolution of this power, beginning with the sovereign's control over its citizens through physical punishment, and then transitioning into a more intricate mechanisms of control within the realm of biopolitics. However, Foucault argues that this has significantly evolved in modernity. And then Membe takes off from Foucault and inquires about the nuanced application of biopower in relation to the state of exception in post-colonial societies. He then argues that Foucault's conception of biopower fails to consider the persistence of necropolitics in modern liberal democracies. Membe's position is important because it affirms that Eurocentric theories and theories developed in the West often have shortcomings when applied to specific colonized contexts. And then to assert the political subjectivity of the dead, I use the work of Jacques Rancière, specifically his notion of political subjectivity. For today's discussion on the aesthetics of images of dead bodies, I also rely on Rancière's text on the intolerable image from the book The Emancipated Spectator and his commentary on the artist Alfredo Jarre's work Le Théâtre des Images, the Theater of Images. Dead bodies are often part of political discourses as material realities, on which the effects of power are felt. They are present in political theories, often as a site of control. Across the globe, reports of deceased individuals constantly emerge. We hear about migrants, we hear about casualties of war, victims of accident, and numerous other situations. And these occurrences serve as poignant reminders of the precarity of human existence. In my research, I discovered that the literature on the relationship between the dead bodies and politics typically focus on three themes. One, the relationship between the dead and the sovereign state. Two, the symbolism of the dead. And three, there's this debate whether dead bodies should be regarded as subjects or objects. Let's talk about the first one, death and sovereignty. Typically, discussions of dead bodies in politics center around the dynamics of power between those who wield power, the sovereign, and those who are subject to it, the ruled. Sorry about that. Okay, let me just drink sip. Okay. The wielding of power of the sovereign manifests in two extreme ways. You have biopower or biopolitics and necropower or necropolitics. Biopolitics refers to how the state regulates and controls the lives of citizens through various means, including controlling the population and health of the community or of the people who are ruled. And then necropolitics, on the other hand, refers to how the state exercises power over life and death, often resulting in the deliberate killing of people or allowing them to die. And both of these practices emphasize the power of the sovereign over its subject. Foucault's concept of biopolitics refers to how power operates through the management and regulation of life processes. One aspect of biopolitics that Foucault explores is the relationship between power and death. And you're probably familiar with this already, that Foucault argues that in traditional sovereign power, the ability to kill was an important tool for maintaining authority. The sovereign had the power of life and death over their subjects, and this power was used to reinforce the social order. Historically, Rulers and governments have used public executions, torture, and other forms of bodily punishment to assert their authority and demonstrate their power over their subjects. And these acts were often public and were designed to intimidate and terrorize the population, reinforcing the idea that the state had the ultimate power over life and death. However, with modern forms of power, such as biopower, the focus shifted from the power to kill to the power to manage and control life processes. The concept of death has also changed in modern societies due to this shift in power. Rather than death being something that is simply accepted as a natural part of life, it has become something that is managed and controlled by various institutions and technologies. For example, modern medicine can prolong life and delay death while at the same time creating new forms of death that are caused by medical interventions. So that's Foucault. Membe translates Foucault's notion of the relationship between the sovereign and its citizens from biopolitics, politics of life, to necropolitics, the politics of death, to explain his African Cameroonian context. So Membe is a Cameroonian philosopher, but he is a scholar of Francophone philosophy as well. So he's a scholar of Fanon and also Foucault. He argues that in the case of former colonies, the assertion of sovereignty translates into necropower, or the power to put to death, accompanied by a display of excessive violence. For Membe, Foucault's biopolitics could not capture what is still happening in former colonies, like us. Membe argues that in the colonial context, power operates through the production of death, rather than just the regulation of life, which he refers to as necropolitics. Necropolitics refers to the ways in which certain populations are systematically subjected to death through acts such as mass killings, forced displacement, and deprivation of basic needs like food and water. This form of excessive violence goes beyond the realm of biopolitics, as it's not just about regulating life, but it's about actively producing death. Necropolitics aptly describes the use of power politics to determine who lives and who dies. It refers to a form of excessive violence that is exerted by the state or other actors on certain population or individuals deemed expendable or undesirable. Sounds familiar. This form of violence is not limited to physical killing, but also includes the creation of conditions that make life unlivable, such as poverty, hunger, and disease. Something is happening right now. It seems to be the case. In many cases, necropolitics is justified through the use of the notion of war, which is used to justify violence and aggression against particular groups of people. Sounds familiar again, war. Okay, so however, while biopolitics and necropolitics demonstrate that it is more straightforward to theorize political violence by looking into the one who wields the power, it relegates the dead body to victimhood. The dead can be dismissed as a mere object without agency, and the living remains as the only ones who can speak for the dead. Consequently, it is incumbent upon the living to serve as the sole advocates for the voiceless deceased. Number 2, we talk about dead bodies as symbols, as carrying specific messages. So, symbolism of the dead. Dead bodies are not just natural part of existence, but are also powerful symbols of the enigma surrounding the inaccessibility of the afterlife. For example, the scholar Catherine Verderi writes, and I quote, "Death is not an abstract phenomenon, but that which is highly materialized with the presence of a corpse," end of quote. So dead bodies are powerful as symbols because they're polysemic. They can be interpreted differently by different people depending on their social and cultural context. And dead bodies carry with them the stories of the lives that they have lived, and they can convey different messages. Additionally, dead bodies are speechless and yet grounded in their materiality, which makes them a powerful reminder of the reality of death and human vulnerability. Dead bodies can convey multiple meanings and be appraised from various perspectives, making them flexible and not possessing a single interpretation. But then again, the one who interprets the symbols or the dead body as a symbol, are the living, and dead bodies again are relegated to silence because they cannot speak. Third, in political theories, there's also a debate whether to treat bodies or dead bodies specifically rather as object or subject. So dead bodies exist in a complex space between subjectivity and objectivity, as they are both the remains of a once living organism and an object to be studied or disposed of. And it is precisely this ambiguity of being a subject and an object where it derives its agency. Death is a process that takes away a person's agency and reduces them to an object. And this ambiguity of agency is particularly significant in cases of extrajudicial killings, where the unmaking of the subject is in the emotional resonance of the deceased body. From a scientific or medical perspective, a dead body is often viewed as an object to be examined, to be analyzed for information, such as, finding out the cause of death, finding evidence of disease. However, from a cultural or spiritual perspective, the dead body may be viewed as a subject with its own history, personality, and connection to the wider community. The emotional impact of the dead is derived from the ambiguity of its status as both a subject and an object. It represents a human being who once walked and lived among us. And death is a process that takes away a person's agency and reduces them to an object. Yet, the person's subjectivity is not confined to the body. These three points which I discussed, are typically how dead bodies are treated in relation to politics. And there's a recognition of their power and an admission that they have something to do with politics. They have a specific effect, or they have a certain effect. But what I want to be able to articulate is, what is it that they do specifically? Or the question of, can we consider them as political subjects? Are dead bodies political subjects? And my answer to this question is, if we are coming from a specific definition of politics, then yes, we can argue that dead bodies are political subject. Okay, there's a technical problem and it says we need to pause.
I apologize for the slight technical difficulties. We will just pause for a couple of moments and then we will get back on track. Thank you. Thank you to everyone for waiting. We will now get back to Dr. Lean's talk. Thank you.
Can I start again? Let me know, please. Thank you. Okay, can I start again? I'm blind. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So I was saying, the question was, can dead bodies do politics? And if we are coming from a specific definition of politics, which in this case is a Rancierian definition of politics, then the answer to the question is yes, definitely, dead bodies can do politics. So basically, Rancière defines politics as the configuration of a specific place, the framing of a particular sphere of experience, of objects posited as common and as pertaining to a common decision, of subjects recognized as capable of designating these objects and using their subjectivities to assert their freedom. So politics is not about governance, it's not about big structures of governing, but it's more of changing a specific space and configuring a space which is based on how subjects and objects within that space move or appear or act or not act in the case of dead bodies. So therefore, politics in the Rancierian sense is aesthetics. It's about space, it's about perception, it's about space alteration. So when you go to a public square declaring that you don't deserve the kind of treatment that you are experiencing at work, that is politics, because you're trying to change the space. You're trying to make people perceive that something is wrong with the space, and therefore you should be heard, or whatever it is that you're trying to introduce should be given attention to. So with this kind of definition, the bodily component of politics is emphasized. If we think of politics as aesthetics, as about space, as about perception, as about space alteration, then we can take into consideration that politics can be composed of bodies. Politics is not a pure exercise of reason or governance, but it is the assertion of one's right to exist in a particular space. I deserve to be in this space as much as each and every one of you deserve to be in this space, although not in the physical space. I'm not in the physical space right now. So by looking at politics as a process of political subjectivation, we consider the gestures, the movements and appearances of individuals and groups, which at the surface level seem apolitical, but are entrenched in political charge. So if we think of politics as aesthetics, then dead bodies, despite being unable to act, have an impact, have a political impact by simply appearing. They may seem powerless in terms of traditional political subjectivity, but they can bring attention to issues of social exclusion, inequality, and resistance. The presence of a dead body in a shared space can cause people to recognize the body and what it represents, leading to a shift in how people think and respond to political issues. Ideally, it should be the case. Like ideally, when we see the photos of the drug war, we are invited to act, to move, to do something. So we're invited to respond. The death of a marginalized individual can expose the underlying problems of social exclusion and inequality, as well as reveal how new forms of agency and resistance that were previously unrecognized. The term political action implies dynamism and inherent agency, suggesting that individuals are actively involved in transformative actions within the political realm. But doing in the sense of Rancier's political subjectivation, does not refer to this kind of dynamic doing. Arguing for the political subjectivity of dead bodies is an argument for a different kind of subjectivity that is not aligned with the certainties of liberal subjectivity. The discourse is centered on what dead bodies can do, but not in the active sense, rather, what dead bodies can do as marginalized, dispossessed, vulnerable, and in the case of dead bodies, passive dead objects. So through highlighting a specific dimension of subjectivation in this work, or in his work, one that is focused on subjectivation as the presence of a body, which alters the field of experience through its demand for recognition by its mere appearance, I argue that dead bodies are political subjects and they are doing politics. Politics arises when the excluded, the part of those who have no part, reveal the tension of existing in society between those who are counted and those who are not. And when the uncounted appear, and through their appearance, demand recognition, inclusion, participation, and memorialization in the community. It shows the paradoxical ontological structure of politics as a wrong count of its parts. So, hey, there are dead bodies here. You're not counting them as citizens because you basically excluded them by declaring a war against these people. Something must be wrong with the narrative. So, by appearing, they are already doing politics. However, there is an additional question. How can dead bodies speak when deprived of their physical voice? Should we speak for the dead? Or should we allow them to speak? And in what way can we allow them to speak? So this part that I'm going to be talking about now is not originally part of the project that I'm working on. It's just like a side reflection on the images. So I call it like, I call it the interlude to the project that I'm working on, or an interlude to the project I'm working on. How do we know about the drug war? How do we know that people died? The primary means of disseminating information about the drug war was through standardized photo documentation and reportage. The combination of written reports and visual evidence provided us with a comprehensive view of the events following a post-operation Tokhang. There was the discovery of the body, the processing of the body, and the initial interaction with survivors and relatives. And we owe this meticulous documentation to the night crawlers, a group of dedicated photojournalists and videographers who go out at night to document the scenes of drug-related killings and other events related to the anti-drug campaign. So we are familiar with the work of these people, with these photojournalists, and their work, the photos, the documentation, that they have taken some of the interviews with the survivors, and those were involved with the operations, have played a significant role in bringing attention to the human rights issues and controversy surrounding the Duterte administration's approach to tackling the drug problem. The reports, as we are familiar with, showcased crime scenes with bloodstains, bullet casings, the bodies of victims with drug paraphernalia, such as drug packets and syringes, etc. Photos also depicted the emotional turmoil of grieving families who have lost loved ones in the drug war, and also captured images of unintended victims of the drug war, such as innocent bystanders like children caught in the crossfire. So we have all sorts of photos of the dead and of, the suffering of well, the dead is not suffering anymore because it's dead, but the people who were left behind. What was interesting was the ratio of images of dead bodies and how citizens responded in the form of vigils and protests held by human rights advocates and activists, and a few families who did not succumb to the fear. Observably, for every 10 photos of dead bodies, there were only 2 or 3 photos of protests and citizens' movements against the drug war. So there's a prevalence of death-related content in documenting violent evidence and catastrophes in our society that has led to a concerning phenomenon known as the banality of horror. This phenomenon underscores an observation that there's a sheer abundance of such content, or the sheer abundance of such content has contributed to a desensitized or desensitization among the citizens. We no longer react to the photos in the way that, we're not touched by the photos, or it's just there. We see it, we know it's happening, but how do we feel? So many have grown dismissive, feeling unaffected as long as they themselves are safe and sheltered. Why should one fear for their life if they have committed no wrong? Why should one care if they are not directly involved? And indifference was easily excusable, since people often find themselves preoccupied with more immediate concerns like where to get their sustenance. So everyone's hungry, mahal yung bigas, magkamote na lang tayo. Why should we think about the drug war? Or why should we talk about the victims of the drug war? Consequently, materials intended to compel us to confront the harsh realities faced by those directly impacted by conflicts have become mundane dinner table conversation topics or subjects for academic research rather than catalysts for critically examining this complex and profoundly significant social issue of the violation of citizens' rights. It is clear, therefore, that images cannot appeal to the critical sensibilities of the people in such a way that would compel them to act. We don't feel strongly moved by the image. We just see it, it's there, it's happening. I have other problems, I don't want to think about it. That kind of attitude. Hence, this led me to my question about images. We are reacting to a certain framing of the dead body, which becomes accessible through a specific form of mediation. We come to know that people died in a particular way and that their bodies were displayed because of the photographs that have circulated or because of film documentaries. Hence, the images dictate the boundaries of visibility and invisibility. They inform us about the ways that bodies appear and are discarded. So, for example, the Pieta, which he did not intentionally call the Pieta of Rafi Lerma, for the time being, became the face of the drug war and incited conversations against drug abuse and the drug trade, viewing it as a moral issue. And those who alluded to the image of Mary carrying Christ after crucifixion emphasized the importance of living virtuous lives and abiding by moral principles. The Pieta, pity, became an image that appeals to moral compassion, calling upon individuals and communities to empathize with the suffering and the hardships of others, emphasizing the importance of kindness, empathy, and ethical behavior. Many images focus on, as I mentioned earlier and as I described, the gripping reality of the Tertist policy. Like, we see anguished faces of grieving family members who have lost loved ones. We have visuals that depict the broader impact of the drug war on communities, including displacement. We see people's faces with the expression of fear, and then you see the breakdown of social cohesion. However, the fact that there were people who did not strongly condemn what was happening led me to inquire about the following thing. So I had questions. Why are the images not creating the effect that it's supposed to create? Why is it that not everyone wants to engage with the problem? How does the media control the narratives on what can and cannot be seen? In the process, how is the media contributing to molding our responses to the situation? And as spectators, how are we accessing the information? What hierarchies do we use when we decide how to look at them? What hierarchies are present in relation to the images? What can be said about how the drug war is being documented and how we are allowing ourselves to respond? I have these questions because, as I explained earlier, I can't understand why are the images not creating the effect that they're supposed to create? Why is it that people don't feel strongly about what's happening? Why is it that people don't want to get involved? And why do people have a lot of excuses and not want to talk about the problem? And it's only people in the academe, for example, or artists who are engaging with the questions or engaging with the social issue. And I found a kind of answer in Rancier's reflection, which I'm not going to say that I agree totally with what he's saying, but I'm just going to present what he said. Maybe the problem is that We need to renew our relationship with the image or with the images by creating forms of visibility that deviate from existing ways of informing. What exists, how do we know about the drug war, is the typical way of informing by, photojournalists, journalists presenting photos and then sensationalizing the news and letting everyone know what happened by projecting images and making documentaries about dead people, grieving families, and so on. But then maybe we have to question these kind of images. Maybe we need to think about what is being shown by these images. And this begins by understanding that an image is not an exact representation of reality and that every image is staged. The image is not a direct copy of an object. Rather, it is a complex interplay between what is visible and what is hidden, between what is seen and what is spoken, and between what is expressed and what remains unsaid. It does not simply replicate what is in front of the photographer or filmmaker. It changes within a sequence of images that also modify it. Hence, we must be aware that photos of the dead are not necessarily how we give voice to the dead, because the way documentation is done is also mediated by the one who holds the camera. Dead bodies cannot speak, and it is not their stories that they are telling when they are photographed as corpses in the street. The voice of the photographer is not the voice of the dead. The photographer's photos are the voice of a body that transforms one sensible event into another by striving to make use or make us see what it has seen, to make us see what it tells us. So the images that we have been seeing are actually, Rancier said, maybe you can think about whether you agree with him or not. We have to think that all images are staged. And in as much as these people who document the drug war are saying that this is the reality, this is what they witnessed, we need to also think about the process of how these images came to us. They have been chosen from a sequence of many images. So it's obvious that the one who came up with the final image, the photographer, whoever processed the images, had a message in mind or had a staging in mind, staging a particular scenario and wants to make us think or is leading us to think in a particular way. So in this sense, Rancière criticizes the hierarchy existing in creating photographs as a medium of storytelling. We do not benefit from increasing the number of images and increasing the documentation. The system actually reduces their quantity. It does this by carefully choosing and arranging images, while removing anything that goes beyond a basic and repetitive illustration of their intended message. If horror is banalized, it is not because we see too many images of it. We do not see too many suffering bodies on the screen. When we see dead ones, the dead are not suffering anymore. But we do see too many nameless bodies. Too many bodies incapable of returning the gaze that we direct at them. Too many bodies that are an object of speech without themselves having a chance to speak. The system of information does not operate through an excess of images, but by selecting the speaking and reasoning beings who are capable of deciphering the flow of information about anonymous multitudes. The politics specific to its images consist of teaching us that not just anyone is capable of seeing and speaking. So even in documenting and even in storytelling through images, Rancière says there's an existing hierarchy. I mean, who comments? Who are allowed to speak? What kind of materials are accessible to us? What's visible? And also what's hidden. So if there is a failure among the spectators to respond to images by activating their critical sensibilities, it is not because they lack critical agency. The problem arises from the expectation that these individuals must express their critical agency in a particular way, one that aligns with the dominant language or discourse of the society, the one that aligns with how authorities expect them to respond. So, we often make the comment that not everyone can talk about the problem or not everyone can comment. We only rely on experts and we don't like what we hear from the people in the communities wherein all of these are happening, or we don't there's a certain kind of testimonial smothering because we only respond to the language which we are familiar with, the language of the educated and the language of academia and so on. So it is not that people lack the ability to think critically or make informed choices. Rather, it is the society that demands that they conform to established norms, beliefs, and language. The conformity limits the way in which individuals can express their critical viewpoints and agency. Through sensationalizing certain forms of grief and fear, images contribute to the existing distribution of the sensible, the reign of terror of authoritarian regimes. So when, these images proliferate our screen, it actually contributes to conditioning the mind of people to fear rather than invite them to act, rather than invite them to respond strongly to the situation. Therefore, I think Rancier's argument challenged the commonly accepted belief that our society inundates us with an excessive number of images, particularly those portraying horrifying events. And this belief has been used to support the traditional argument that the problem with images lies in their sheer abundance. Now, it's not true that there are so many images. Okay? What is true is that there are so many staged images. It's not a problem of, desensitization because of the quantity, but it's more of like what goes through, what is made available to us in our screens. The constant deluge of images overwhelms viewers and distracts the minds of ordinary consumers, whether they are consuming goods or images. That's not the case. Rancière says, the issue doesn't necessarily stem from the sheer quantity of images, but rather from the way these images are selected, presented, and controlled within a given system, which we all kind of like are enamored with, the typical way of delivering news. So in other words, it's not just about the number of images, but the manner in which they are curated and used to convey a specific message or agenda. This highlights the importance of understanding the systems of selection and representation that shape our perception of images and their impact in the society. And Rancière proposes that the point is not to counterpose reality to its appearance. The point is not to present us with so many images or bombard us with images and say that this is the truth, this is what's happening, this is what is out there. The point is to construct different realities, different forms of common sense, that is to say, different spatio-temporal systems, different communities of words and things and forms and meaning. We should rethink the way we are documenting the drug war. Are we speaking for the dead? How do we let them speak? Sorry, this is the last point. We need to be reminded that the reality they show in these images that is made available to us have a story, and we must first be sensitized to that story. That capacity for each name to have a story. The names have to be made visible. The silent bodies have to be made to speak. Let them speak. If you ask me, how does this look concretely? I have an idea, but maybe I can just share it later during the Q&A if you're curious about it. I mean, it's not really like a concrete example, but the point is that how do you document, or how do you document this social reality in a way that we are not imposing our voices on these people, and in a way that is allowing them to speak about their stories. So that it's not about The thing is, like, we're seeing so many images of the dead, and they're all nameless, and we don't know them. But how do we get to know them, or how can we create a kind of documentation and memorialization wherein each of these dead body have a name and have a story, and we are familiar with their lives that they have lived, and in that manner, maybe we can recognize that they were once human beings who lived among us, and they're not just collateral damage, or they're not just victims of the drug war. Sorry, I don't know if I took up too much time. Yeah, I think I'm done. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Doc Demandante, for such an interesting take on dead bodies on Duterte's drug war. And if you have any more questions, please list them down for the open forum later. Now, for our next topic, we have Simone Weil on Living in an Afflicted World by Miss Paula. So Paula Nicole C. Eugenio is currently teaching at and taking her PhD in philosophy at the University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. She obtained both her AB and MA in philosophy from the same university. Her research interests are in existential philosophy, Simone Weil, and philosophy of aging. Please welcome Ms. Paula Eugenio. Thank you.
All right, so I will be presenting today on Simone Weil on living in an afflicted world. So, living in an afflicted world is a profound and universal experience that resonates with people from all walks of life and across every corner of the globe. It is a topic that transcends cultural, societal, and historical boundaries because suffering, pain, and adversity are intrinsic to human condition. Whether it is the trials and tribulations of personal life, the collective struggle of communities facing hardship, or the broader global challenges we encounter, the theme of living in an afflicted world is one that touches us all. From the philosophical musings of thinkers like Simone Weil, I will go over the intricate tapestry of human existence, seeking to understand how we find meaning, resilience, and hope in the face of adversity. I argue that Simone Weil's philosophy is a recognition that suffering as inherent in human existence should not be a cause for despair, but is a call for ethical engagement, which emphasizes on the importance of empathy and active intervention to alleviate the afflictions, not just of the self, but of others too. So the first part of this would be on acknowledging universal suffering. Just like most philosophers, they acknowledge the importance of struggle in the development of the human person. The French term malheur, with affliction as the closest English translation, encapsulates her notion of despair. Affliction, in the general sense of the term, is about suffering, but this is not the kind of suffering that is commonly known, as it transcends the physical and emotional pain. It can be considered to be a pain that is of religious or spiritual in nature. Affliction goes beyond physical pain, but it is always inseparable from it. Weil maintains that it is distinct from simple suffering, for it takes, as I quote, takes possession of the soul and marks it through with its particular mark, which is the mark of slavery. When she speaks of slavery, she refers to the ancient Roman slavery, which is persisting until today in much complex forms, such as being slaves of money and of ideologies. Weil argues that all forms of slavery are inseparable from physical pain and suffering. She maintains that affliction is an uprooting of life, a more or less weakened equivalent of death. It affects the whole person or whole life of a person in an extended period of time. It is unlike yung normal sickness, such as toothache, fever, or whatnot, which passes after days or some weeks, since we have no knowledge of how to cure affliction immediately. Unlike physical illnesses, which we can bring to physicians for cure, affliction can pass us without noticing it. That the moment we understand that we have it, we have already become too entangled in it, and that it feels impossible to get out of it alone, making us despair all the more. But what causes affliction? Where do we get this severe pain that marks our soul? They argues that though affliction is spiritual in nature, it is very much influenced by the social factors of existence. As she writes, and I quote, "There is no true affliction unless every facet of human life is attacked, physical, social, and psychological." And she puts great emphasis on the essentiality of the social factors. As she writes, "There's not really affliction unless there is social degradation or the fear of it in some form or another." This is how affliction has become, and it can be deduced that it has three dimensions. First is social degradation or ostracism. Second would be psychological torture, where one sees oneself as worthless. And third is the physical pain. In the first dimension, social degradation comes in many forms, but oppression in terms of slavery and colonization best exemplify it. In discussing her concept of oppression, it is important to honor her Marxist influence. Indeed, Karl Marx introduced Wey to the idea of oppression, but she makes a striking critique of Marx's notion, pointing out that it is too limited between the social classes, that is, between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. This oversight of the diverse types of oppression in Marx and his followers allows the communists, fascists, and the socialists to exploit and to get away from their oppressive ways, which they argue is not oppression. This is where she tries to fill the gap on the general theory of oppression. She maintains that the notion of oppression transcends the field of economics and capitalism, but it covers the whole civilization. So to say that this is the thing of the past is presumptuous, as we continuously experience it in the present day. So the idea or the problems of racism, sexism, it's still existing or rampant all over the world. The main thrust of Wey's discussion on oppression is slavery. She maintains that from the dawn of civilization, human beings are already slaves. At the moment of existence, one is already a slave of her desires. All of her actions are motivated by the needs that she has, or one has. The primitive people hunt and live according to the dictates of their biological needs, such as food and shelter. And so are the present humans. But we have a more complex need compared to our ancestors. We are now motivated by money, by prestige. So, recall or prestige has three important aspects that we have to understand in relation to oppression. First is that prestige is rooted in the defense and promotion of the human ego, which becomes destructive over time. Second, prestige is always illusory. It has no real value, but the self-gratifying feeling that it can bring people. People become too focused on the idea of having prestige, even if it costs them their dignity. And lastly, political prestige is substantiated with lies and propaganda. This aspect of prestige shows that there is a lack of truthfulness in it, and that we are more concerned about superficial and illusory prestige than the truths of the world. Case in point would be people who enter politics not because they want to serve people, but merely the stature of holding an office. All of these aspects of prestige come with the notion of fear, which they argues as the most effective means of oppression and the most reliable source of prestige. Just like Marx, Wey emphasizes that oppression is the root of all affliction, but unlike Marx, she maintains that alienation of the laborers by the capitalists is only one aspect of oppression. It is the first aspect of affliction, oppressive forces ostracizing people. But there are many facets of oppression, which is best exemplified by that brought about by colonization, which she termed uprootedness. She maintains that uprootedness is evil in such a way that conquered countries losing their histories will always fall into colonial servitude. This means that even after the country gained their independence, they will continue to bear the mark of their being colonized as their identities are more or less wiped out by colonialism. The second aspect of affliction soon follows. After experiencing social degradation or ostracism, psychological torture happens. If we will take the case of laborers in Marx, they feel this torture in a way that they will always equate their worth with their product. That due to this social degradation, people will always feel as if they are worthless or that their worth is dependent upon some or certain variables and not innate as it should be. Take into consideration the feeling of those who are uprooted by slavery, by colonization. These are more intense in nature in a sense that they have no control over the things surrounding them and they have no power to change the things laid in front of them. Colonization is the same as capitalism. They are both oppressive and they uproot people from their niche and produces lasting damage in the psyche of the people. So Franz Fanon describes the idea of the effects of colonialism in the chapter of The Wretched of the Earth entitled Colonial War and Mental Disorder. While he might not be directly influenced by Vey, he embodies the very notion, or he discussed the very notion that Vey is foreshadowing in her work. He maintains that colonial war will go on and for many years and many more to come, we shall be bandaging the countless and sometimes indelible wounds inflicted on our people by the colonialist onslaught. He argues that psychological disorders are never or are ever present in any country which has been under a colonial power, and this becomes a hindrance in making meaning. For making meaning involves knowing who one really is. He also maintains that colonialism does not only pertain to the systemic domination of people, but a systematized negation of the other, a determined denial of any attribute of humanity to the other. Colonialism forces the colonized to constantly ask the question, who am I in reality? And this is an unfortunate scenario in any life possible. Simone Weil writes, and I quote, "A tree whose roots are almost entirely eaten away falls at the first blow." She means to give emphasis on human beings' need to give importance to their own nature. To question their real identity is a symptom of the severity of their uprootedness. The third aspect of affliction would be the physical pain. Psychological torture of not being good enough soon manifests itself as a physical pain. So, for instance, taking from Simone Weil's life, her anxiety is always translated into this parang persisting headache that it doesn't go away. So, this feeling of physical pain is what we may term as suffering, and most of the time, we have no idea what to do with such suffering that we endure. So some cope with it by extending it to others, extending the pain to others, as Vey argues that people do it because we think we gain something from it when we inflict or project our pain towards other people. And that every time we do harm to others, we have gained importance. We have gained in importance, or we have expanded. We have filled an emptiness in ourselves by creating one in somebody else. But for those who cannot do such projection, they resort to attacking what the universe itself represents to them, which makes them mad at the world for every good or beautiful thing becomes an insult. Now the question stands, what then is the way to fill that void, or to fill the void that this parang suffering is kind of inflicting on us? To make sense of suffering is a difficult task. What they suggest is for us to have the strength to contemplate affliction when we are afflicted and to turn to the supernatural bread, and that is for us to turn to God. Affliction's supernatural and real cause is God's detachment from us, and that left the void that we try so much to fill with our own capacity. This void makes it hard to love in whatever aspects it pertains. In God's absence, there is nothing to love, but when the soul ceases to love, God's absence becomes permanent. This is according to Vey. In his absence, he inflicts us with affliction, which becomes the true test of faith and of our soul's capacity to love. It is easy to love when all is good, when there is joy and our souls are brimming with happiness. But with affliction present, the love is the greatest challenge. How is it possible to love if we feel empty? How is it possible to love if we feel like we are worthless? And how do we love if we are under immense pain and suffering? That is the point of Vay's discussion of affliction. Where do we find the capacity to love when we are downtrodden? Central to her argument is that God's love plays an important role in the unfolding of affliction, but she argues that affliction is a manual of divine technique, which allows the introduction of the finite creature's soul to the immensity of force, which is always blind, brutal, and cold, which is humanity's reality. But of course, we will not be ending on suffering alone. So there's what we call empathy and compassionate action. But basically, when we speak of Simone Weil, we can always think of the term attention in place of empathy. Okay, so in this part, it's empathy and compassionate action. As long as there are people using force for their mere selfishness, oppression, violence, and suffering will always stay. With the presence of affliction everywhere, it is necessary to ask the question, what kind of response does seeing human suffering demand of us? Parang yung sa, building on what Dr. Demandante has discussed, no? Yung seeing dead bodies or parang seeing dead bodies as a normal occurrence in our society. How do we respond to that? So there's that question. And Simone Weil answers this, might considered be simple, but somehow very difficult to do, and that is attention. So she defines attention as the rarest and purest form of generosity. As true as it is during her time, people tend to focus on themselves, that thinking of others becomes a luxury. Whenever we think of the term attention, we always equate it with the word focus. When we attend to someone or something, we focus on them. We become present for them. And this is the very core of attention, being present for the other. It becomes the rarest and purest form of generosity, not because we give away tangible things, but because we give others our undivided time and presence. We give a part of ourselves that cannot be paid by money or any worldly matter. We give a part of ourselves that we cannot take back. Her life is a testament of this attentiveness towards others, that somehow she has forgotten to attend to her own needs. This attentiveness helped in strengthening her conviction that self-centeredness will not help us attain the good that we are always or continuously searching for. So in the compiled lectures on philosophy, she discusses, or Weil discusses and differentiates two types of attention. We have what we call, or what she called, spontaneous attention and voluntary attention. She also maintains that this type of attention have their distinct symptoms. Okay, so at the core of these two types of attention, the common ground would be silence or quietness. So it is apparent that silence is a common symptom to the two types of attention. Silence should not be taken as the mere absence of sound, but as an object of sensation. It is in silence that we become aware of the things around us. It is in silence that we make sense of everything. But as human beings, we have the tendency to fear silence. We tend to think that silence will reveal to us the things that we are so much afraid to know and understand. This is why she emphasizes on what she called attentive silence. She describes this as an important aspect of learning and understanding the language of God, which she calls justice. Simone Weil argues that every human being is capable of attention. Every one of us is capable of attention or giving attention to something or someone. But the capacity to be attentive seems to easily get lost in the sea of ambition and the prevalence of self-centeredness. This is the reason why she maintains that the cultivation of attention is both a social and moral obligation. It is both a social and moral obligation, for it involves treating the others the way they are meant to be treated. We have to become attentive of others in order for us to understand them and for us to give them the support that they need. The moral obligation is not just there for them when they have no need for us, but precisely by being there when they are at their lowest, when they feel as though they are invisible and do not deserve attention. So sometimes we pay attention to people who doesn't need them, but we turn a blind eye to people or to those who really need it. So last part would be solidarity and the call to conscience, which is embracing the ethical duty. So attention in its purest form or maximum form is love. But this love is not the kind that we naturally feel towards our significant others, family members, etc. This love that she speaks of and should be is a supernatural one that is rooted in God. So recall the commandment, thou shalt love the Lord thy God, which Simone Weil maintains is a commandment not only when one comes to know God, but also loving him in his absence and in our waiting. In his absence, our love must have an object, and that is what she called the different forms of implicit love. So there are different forms of implicit love of God. We have the love of our neighbor, the love of the order of the world, and the love of religious practices. But we will just zero in on the first form, the love of our neighbor. So the first form is the love of our neighbor. The very essence of this love is justice. Justice. So for Weil, justice and love are synonymous terms. The love of neighbor or justice is essential in our dealing with the afflicted, as it allows for the notion of compassion and gratitude to surface, both on the part of the afflicted and the other. Gratitude drives one to an active faith in God, especially those who are afflicted, as it is hard to be grateful when nothing is going the way you envisioned it to go and when everything is difficult. She maintains that gratitude on the part of the unfortunate is but a participation in the same virtue, for only she who is capable of it can recognize it. It is identical with the real active faith in God. This love for our neighbor allows us to see the invisible, pertaining to what the society renders invisible, and this pertains to others' suffering. The modern world has shaped people to be blind towards other people's suffering and makes oneself the center of the universe. There are various factors which contribute to the phenomenon of rendering others' suffering invisible. One prominent factor is the digital age, which has brought about a flood of information and an emphasis on personal online personas. In this digital landscape, it is easy to become engrossed in one's own world, curating or crafting curated online identities that may not accurately represent a real-life empathy and concern for others. We are bombarded with constant distractions, news, and updates, often numbing our sensitivity to the pain and suffering experienced by those around us. Parang yung nabanggit din kanina, desensitization. So, that's the idea. So consumerism and materialism further exacerbate this issue. The pursuit of wealth, status, and possessions often leads individuals to prioritize their own desires and comfort above all else. In the relentless pursuit of success, we may inadvertently lose touch with the basic human emotions of empathy and compassion. Moreover, the modern world's individualistic values and the pressure to constantly improve one's life can create a tunnel vision where we focus primarily on our own needs and desires and achievements. The result is a society that at times seems to have lost sight of the suffering of others. It is precisely in this context that the idea of loving our neighbor takes on even greater significance. By actively practicing empathy and compassion, we can begin to break down these barriers that isolate us from the suffering of others. So let me just go directly to my conclusion. So Simone Weil's philosophy offers a profound perspective on the human experience, highlighting the inevitability of suffering, as a fundamental aspect of our existence. Instead of succumbing to despair in the face of this reality, her philosophy serves as a call to ethical engagement. Through paying attention to those who are suffering or towards others. It underscores the importance of cultivating empathy and taking active measures to alleviate not only our own affliction, but also the suffering of others. Her philosophy reminds us that empathy is not merely a passive notion or passive emotion, but a catalyst for meaningful action. It challenges us to go beyond simply acknowledging the pain in our lives and the lives of others, but it urges us to intervene, to make a difference, and to contribute to the alleviation of suffering in whatever ways we can. Her life is a testament of this. It is a concrete example of what empathy and attentiveness or what empathy and attention translated into action looks like. By embracing her philosophy, we can transform suffering from a source of despair into a powerful motivator for positive change. We become more attuned to the needs of our fellow human beings and more committed to building a more compassionate and just society. In this way, her philosophy inspires us to not only endure suffering, but to actively respond to it with empathy, compassion, and a resolute dedication to the well-being of all, not of just oneself. So that's it. Thank you po.
Okay, so we may now proceed with the open forum. Please approach the microphone and state your name if you have questions. Thank you. Okay.
My question is directed to Paula because I'm very interested in Simone Weil. One of her best admirers was Albert Camus. I am just surprised that the most important word in actually she did not write anything. Somebody else put her letters together, Gustave Thibon. And she is a shocking woman because she is a pacifist who went to war against Franco in Spain. She is Jewish who turned Catholic. So I think the core of her philosophy is not suffering. I think it can be summarized. She said, in creating, God renounces being everything. And therefore, the human being, in being created, should, to paraphrase Descartes, I am, therefore, I renounce being anything. So she's very shocking. She's very shocking because so her philosophy is unselfing. I mean, everybody is building the self, and she is telling us that's not the way to go. It is unmaking your fat, lazy ego. So it's very difficult to follow her. Susan Sontag says she has raised the standard. Iris Murdoch, she says that somebody who has the joy of life cannot do that. So she's a Christian mystic. So she's really very difficult to understand, but I think what she is doing, she emphasizes waiting for God. That I have, like in creating, God disappears, and therefore He leaves it to us to make God appear in the world. I mean, and we make God appear in the world by doing the small act of goodness that we can do. And it's not about, I think if you stress suffering, affliction, I think you are, it would not be doing justice to what she was about, because we cannot, she is proposing a kind of thinking which I myself will strive to do, because it's difficult if we just concentrate on, if we follow her, then God must grow in the world and I must decrease. That's and I make God grow by making an effort to do the little goodness while I am living on this earth.
Yes po.
Okay.
Yes, Doc. Yeah. Siguro po the idea of discussing affliction is parang first level. And yeah, we have to go dun sa konsepto nung attentive waiting for God nga po. And also yung concept of I would like to kind of focus on the decentering, in a sense. You go out of yourself to kind of be that parang light for others too, just like what her life is talaga po. Parang ganun, Doc. So, yeah, it's not, affliction should not be yung parang core. It should be treated as the core of her philosophy, but waiting, attentive waiting, to be precise, I think, Doc. So, yun po. Decreating oneself. Yes, Doc. Okay?
Hello. Good afternoon po. My name's Brian from 4PHL. So I'm from UST rin po. So my question is directed to Dr. Demandante's talk on dead bodies and politics. So I think it's around the latter part of her talk that she talks about the problem of images images of the dead as somewhat being not really somewhat being problematic, in the sense that they're technically the story of the photographer and not the corpse itself. So this led me to the question, so how can we do the dead justice in allowing them to engage politics without instrumentalizing them or treating them as mere tools for political agendas, whether on purpose or accidental? Or in other words, how can we discern when bodies are simply being instrumentalized instead of being allowed to speak for themselves? Thank you po.
Hello. Am I heard? It's so difficult to be not in this space. Thank you, Brian, for your question. Wait lang. May echo on part. Okay. Okay. Yeah. This was what I wanted to mention. Parang at the last part of my paper, like how do we speak for themselves? And I guess I'm not gonna answer the question directly, but I'm gonna do a detour of what Rancière was trying to do here. He wrote his commentary on images as a reply to the exhibition, which was made by an artist, Alfredo Jar. Alfredo Jar is Alfredo Jar is also a photographer, but he does photography in a different way, and he also kind of does a kind of like memorializing the dead. So he had this exhibit about the Rwandan massacre, and in his exhibit, he didn't have a single photo of a dead body. What he had were black boxes with text which describes the image, or which talks about the story of the people who were killed in the massacre. So you wouldn't see a single dead body. And then what you would see like are the eyes of one of the girls who witnessed the massacre of her own family. So in this kind of exhibit, I think the message is that we should try not to be very we should try to be nuanced in memorializing the dead, or in letting the dead speak. It's not just like present a photo, look at the photo, and then reflect about the photo. It's not as simple as that. We are called uh, um, we are called as artists, as thinkers, to come up with creative ways on how to memorialize. Do that in the sense that we try to know them for the life that they have lived, and we try to listen to we try to get to know their stories. So sabi ko kanina, I don't have like a very concrete example, because in the Philippine context I couldn't think of like current things which has been done. Parang the only thing which comes to mind right now is yung Silingan Cafe. It's like a coffee shop in Cubao, which was founded by relatives of the drug war victims. And then when you go there, you can talk to them, the servers, the one who makes coffee. They will parang kind of talk to you about the people who died in the war. So I don't have like an exact reply or response to how do we do it in such a way that we don't instrumentalize, because I haven't seen it concretely. Like I know from what I've read that something has been done, something similar has been done, but I don't know yet. That's why it's like I'm just like trying to shake up how people think about the images. I don't have the reply.
Thank you po, Doc.
Just one sentence. Because, Darlene, I want to thank you because by answering, the image is objective, and therefore images are different from the creative imagination. And that's why beware of posting a lot of pictures on Facebook, because they are just they are objective. It's better the real artist does not objectify. The real artists use their creative imagination.
Thank you, Doc Leo. Yeah, Doc.
This is a question for Dr. Lin. My name is Bea de la Cruz. I'm a fourth-year student in philosophy. There is a rationalist conviction that human rights can be understood, quantified, emancipated, liberated, or narrated. However, this is brushed under the rug because the undertone of this rationalist conviction is this irrational will in the language of the logic of accumulation, wherein there is no end in sight for the fight of emancipation, for human rights, or for the liberation of dead bodies. Everyone is for the liberation of dead bodies and for human rights until we put our finger on the concept and the concept vanishes away. Everyone fights for justice of dead bodies until it becomes an inconvenience because the fight for equality is long and the end is not clear. So I would like to ask how people can continue to be bothered or angry at injustices such as this amidst a society that strives off of efficiency and desensitization. Thank you.
Thank you, Bea. Another difficult question. But I think for this, like I'm gonna recycle what Zaya mentioned earlier about going to going to the communities and what do you call this? Having conversations with people. Because the thing with us, like where we are, like in the school, as being inside universities, as academics, and as people who look at the photos from the internet, we're kind of we have this relationship with the image in a very it's very distant. We are looking we are looking at the image from a distance. So we don't know the stories. Like we can read about the stories, but sometimes you need to hear the voice which comes with the story so that you can be sensitive to it, or the story can be accompanied by feelings. So I'm gonna recycle what Zaya said earlier. The point is to have conversations with the communities who have had experiences with, if it's the drug war, then the drug war. If it's a catastrophe such as a typhoon, then go to the communities and talk to the survivors and talk to the people. In my small mind, this was the only, parang this is the only thing I can think of as of the moment. You know, you have to be with them and kind of try to listen, pay attention, just like what Paula said. It's not just like hearing the story, but it's like listening to the story and get to know the people, because we can have like these statements na people are suffering and they have no way of realizing that they're suffering or they're oppressed, and there's no way of emancipation unless someone tells them that they are oppressed and that they need to do something about their situation. I think there's a problem with that kind of statement because it comes from a place of a certain kind of hierarchy. And if you go to the communities and if you listen to the people, the best conversations I have had were with like indigenous people 10 years ago when I worked with communities. And I still carry and I still remember those conversations, and I learned from them. It's not me teaching them something. It's not me making them realize that they were suffering. But I learned how they were suffering, and I know that they're conscious about how the government deals with their problems because I listened to their story. And that's kind of the fire that keeps me burning, that keeps my passion for talking about the marginalized burning. My projects are often about marginalized people, workers, the dead even, you know, the dead cannot speak. But yeah, I've chosen these subjects because of what happened, the life-changing thing which happened to me from the conversations I have had in the past. So in addition, sorry yung haba, I think my point is like we have to have a nuanced relationship with the image and with the people. It's not as straightforward as this is the book, read it, and then now you understand it. This is the image, look at it, and now you understand it. After reading the book, after looking the images, try to find ways of finding the people and having real conversations with them so that the book can be concretized, or what you read in the books can be concretized, or maybe something, you know, from those conversations you will disagree with the book that you read. So it's like, the answer is not in the books. The answer is not in the theories. It's with, you know, the people that we were engaged with in the community, especially the ones who experience this. Sorry na ba nung sagot ko, pasensya na po.
Thank you so much po, Dr. Lin.
Hi. Good afternoon po. I'm Francis from 2PHL. I have a short question lang po for Dr. Lin. We always used to think that the images of the drug war serves the purpose to show the brutality of the Duterte regime insofar as it is used as a means to oppose its authoritarian rule by contrasting it against the images of infrastructure as a symbol for progress. But with what was said earlier, that the images of dead bodies instead sends us a message for people to not to act, do you think that the images of dead bodies actually complements with the images of infrastructure to demonstrate the extent of the government's domination over its citizens? Yun lang po. Thank you.
This is an interesting question, actually. It actually made me think. Parang I didn't really think of it that way. Now, on the one hand, you have an image of infrastructure. On the one hand, you have an image of displaced communities and dead bodies. The thing with images is that it has two effects, diba? Parang it either seduces us to think about something, or it seduces us to think about something, or it makes us feel something, and it makes us think and reflect. So with your insight, with the observation that you have just shared, I think what is important to recognize is that, yeah, that's a valid kind of observation. Maybe the question of images and the images of infrastructures which are being erected, which are being built, comes in contrast with how people are dying because those structures should be built. Yeah, there's a certain conversation of images happening there, and I'm not like totally condemning the images of the drug war, because it's important that some of these images emerge, because it's part of like informing us. What I'm trying to say, I think, is that we also need to think about alternative ways of documenting. Why are we always focused on the brutalizing, measures of the government? We are all very familiar with that. I mean, we can feel that. So why not also talk about the survivors, the stories of the survivors? So if they were displaced because of the structures, where are they now? What happened to them? How are they building their lives? And then what does that speak about the dynamics of, for example, urban planning in the Philippines? Or what does that say about the dynamics, again, of the government and its people? I don't know if I answered the question. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I got lost.
Thank you po.
Hello po. This is also a question for Doc Demandante. My question is, how do we expect bodies that are alive to speak or memorialize the dead when they themselves are suppressed of their voice, when they themselves are silent? By this, why do we need to wait for dead bodies to emerge for us to properly engage and exercise our responsibility to politics?
Thank you. What was your name again?
Carlo po.
Carlo. Yeah, thank you, Carlo. I don't know how to respond to this properly. Okay. That the images have made us feel afraid to speak. That the images have silenced people who want to speak is a testimony that the images actually parang contributed to what the state wants to happen. And that is precisely why we should question the images. I'm not saying that we should wait for dead bodies to emerge before we speak up. I didn't kind of like go through that kind of conversation. I didn't want to propose like how people should speak up, because that's not what I was like tackling in this specific paper. I would talk about that in my larger project, which I introduced earlier. But what I wanted to say is that if we experience fear, or if we feel fear because of the images that are presented to us, because of the images that come to us, then maybe there is really something wrong about the proliferation of these images, and maybe we should stop looking at the images and go to the communities, or find ways to talk to the people. I mean, not directly, but there are organizations which will facilitate these kind of conversations. I'm not saying that you act and go there and talk randomly to the people in the streets. Is kind of dangerous also in the context of our country. And I'm also not saying wait for the dead before you speak up. What I'm saying is that we know that the drug war is happening, or the drug war happened because of the disappearance because of dead bodies, and now we know that something is also happening because people keep on disappearing, and we feel fear because people keep on disappearing. But how do we arrive at those information? We arrive at those information through typical or common kind of reportage, the common way of journalism. What if there's another way of knowing the story? Or what if there are actually existing accounts that it's not really scary out there, and in fact there are people who go there because people who go there to to provide relief, or whatever. Like, for example, it's usually from artists, like the Art Kitchen Relief, and other artist group as well. So yeah.
Thank you po.
If you have more questions, or if you have questions, you send me an email. I'll be happy to respond as well. I'll be happy to share some sources.
Good afternoon. Ito Kathleen. Ganon. So, pinapunta mo ako rito para sabihin may time limit. Magandang hapon, Darlene. Good to see you kahit via image lang. So after all, images serve a purpose. And I have a question for you, another question for Paula. Pinangakuan ko si Paula na tatanungin ko siya. So ito muna, magsimula ako kay Ma'am Darlene. Apparently, based on your presentation, so images have parang restricted affect, so to speak. Images are a bit compromised. Ang tanong ko, are we making sort of hierarchy of aesthetic representations of the dead? Na para bang, so if images can do little, baka yung ibang art forms can do better, like narratives, literary expressions, documentaries, or even films. So, ay, dalawa pala yung tanong ko. Yung isang tanong, kasi in the 70s merong yun. Mga the disappeared ones. Ito, nawalang litrato, nawalang bakas. Wala nakakaalam. There is a case of a priest in Cebu, Redemptorist, si Father Nick Romano, if I remember his name. Nawala yun. As in, ang surviving picture niya, ID picture. Pero everyone knew that he's gone. And by this time, I think people are convinced that he's already dead or even murdered by the state. Maraming ganong cases. So, ito naman, extreme yung kaso, people are just missing without any trace of them, without any image to back up the claim that they're missing. So, ano kaya yung take mo doon? And then before I go back to my seat, yung tanong ko kay Ma'am Paula, what kind of attention should we give? I mean, do we have to distinguish between the attention that we give to people who know they are oppressed and to those who do not know that they are oppressed? Do we even need to make a decision as to whom should we give our attention? Junior and company, do they deserve our attention? So, yun. Salamat.
Salamat. Thank you po, Sir Joffrey. Yeah. Moving naman yung image. Hindi naman siya still. Joke. Okay, salamat po sa tanong. Actually, maganda po yung unan yung tanong. I parang didn't really give a lot of thought to that. Are we creating a hierarchy and making the claim that images are inferior to other types of documentation? And as of now, like at this point in time, I'd probably say, without too much thought on what I said earlier, what I had in mind when I was thinking of the part about images is that it's not that we are creating a hierarchy and making the claim that still images of the drug war are inferior because they're compromised. Very important as well in documenting the brutalizing effect of the drug war. Maybe what I wanted to do was, apart from that, given that there's a possibility that these images are compromised, apart from still images and documentation and photojournalists, let's also try to explore other means of documentation and other means of memorialization. And by other means, I'm not necessarily saying that these other means are better, but maybe these other means can also complement the already existing kind of documentation. And at the same time, we might be in for a surprise about what we discover in these other kinds of documentation and memorialization. Where am I coming from? Parang the thought about this reflection on the images, I was talking to a friend, and I was telling her about this observation. Now, yeah, we are being desensitized by the images. And she agreed with it, saying the thing with how we document and how we memorialize as a culture, maybe, I don't know, you can agree or not agree, is that we don't have a nuanced kind of relation with the image. For example, if you go to our museums and if you go to the memorials of the dead in the Philippines, parang there are photos and then there's a story. This is what happened. Or if it's a memorial, there's a statue. This is a person, this is the life that the person lived. So parang ganun palagi, parang very straightforward. Very straightforward. Walang ibang affect other than the visual. Other than if it's an auditory kind of story, auditory. Pero ang hirap pumasok ng ibang affect kasi ganun, parang may one-on-one correspondence. Paano pag, halimbawa, yung kind of memorializing, yung tipong mag-iisip ka or mararamdaman mo kung anong naramdaman ng mga tao na hindi ko sinabing mamamatay tayo. Like for example, yung example sa klase, yung Holocaust wall sa Germany na it's kind of like, it's a maze with different parang yung floor is hindi pantay-pantay, and when you go through the maze, you will feel like how the Jews felt. They didn't know where they were going, parang nakakahilo kasi ang hirap lumabas sa maze, di mo alam saan pupunta, tapos tataas yung sahig, bababa, wala ka na naman nakikita. So may ganong klaseng memorialization. So there's a kind of nuanced relationship in the sense na it's not just visual, but your whole being is given the chance to have a feel and kind of relate with how people felt during those times. Kasi it's being made to be felt by you. Or for example, sa Taiwan, there was a friend told me about it. I've never seen it yet. Victims of sexual survivor, parang merong projector, and then their names are being projected. But you have to go through the pathwalk. And then as you go, their names, the names of the sexual assault survivors will be parang mapupunta sa balat mo. Mapoproject sa balat mo yung pangalan ng mga victims. So parang how does that make you feel? Parang that's kind of iffy. It kind of recreates that feeling of, it must be like that. Like it must be iffy, to be in that kind of situation. So I'm not saying that there should be a hierarchy of documentation and memorialization. What I'm saying is that let's also try to explore other means, or if you're an artist, if you're a creative, parang think also of other ways of how to do this documentation and memorialization. Doon naman sa Desaparecidos, meron akong isang chapter niyan sa libro. May libro. Kasi nga, as you were saying, Sir Jovi, parang walang photos. Walang photos. Pero, ba't alam natin, or how do we know? It's because of the community. It's because of the people who have encountered that person personally, and it keeps on telling stories about the person. So, I think it's very important that we keep on telling stories and we don't stop at flashing images and then leave people to interpret it. We have to keep on telling the stories of people who disappeared. Something similar happened to, I think Dia de los Madres. I don't know if it's in Mexico or when they also demanded for their children to appear kasi the people, their children were also kinuha din ng government and walang nag-appear na body. But the mothers demanded, they were arm in arm, they went to the square and demanded na, surface our children. If you don't, we're gonna keep on doing this. We're gonna keep on telling stories. So, nabubuhay yung tuloy-tuloy lang yun. Importante yung critical storytelling where we keep on talking about the dead. Yeah. Sorry, ang dami ko sinabi. Sorry.
Ayan na. Alright, so to answer the question of Doc Jovi, Simone Weil is kind of telling us that we have to pay attention to everyone. Walang distinction kasi parang what she's telling us is we have to be attentive more pa dun sa mga people na we think or we seem na hindi deserve ng attention natin. Kasi yun nga yung madalas na pag-iiwanan in a sense na, I mean, dun sa example, if si Junior and his friends, I mean, we have to pay attention to them in a sense that siguro we have to be critical of them also. Yung hindi natin sila pababayaan lang doing whatever that they want to do. Kasi that's somehow against the idea of doing good if we will kind of just let them. Parang ganun, Doc. So parang there is no distinction to whom do we give attention to. We have to give attention to everyone, especially to those who think or we think don't deserve it po. Parang ganun. Okay.
Thank you, Kath, for moderating the session. I would like to invite Professor Leovina Maria Garcia to present the certificate to Dr. Linda Mandante, PhD, and Ms. Paula Eugenio, MA. The certificate states that the University of Santo Tomas, Faculty of Arts and Letters, Department of Philosophy, hereby awards the Certificate of Appreciation to Ms. Paula Eugenio and Dr. Linda Mandante for sharing their expertise during the panel discussion entitled Ethics and Politics in contemporary French philosophy. As a part of the first Continental Philosophy Symposium, La Philosophie Francophone, with the theme In Praise of Discomfort, held at the Tark Auditorium from September 11 to 12, 2023. Thank you, Dr. Leon and Ma'am Paula, for your captivating insights. In the philosophy of Simone Weil, may affliction bear truths on our human condition that find the meaning of our individuality against the backdrop of the world. I believe that it is now time for the 30-minute break in which we can refresh and prepare ourselves for the fifth and the last session. Thank you.
Pero, sabihin ko sana.
Mic test.
Ang lakas ng aircon. May aircon demonyo sa tinga ko.
Good afternoon, everyone. We will begin in 3 minutes. Thank you. Shucks, haba ng sa akin, tatlo. Alam ko. Haba pa rin, agad. Welcome back, everyone. I hope that everyone had a chance to compose themselves and are ready to actively participate in our last session. For this final section, I will be the one to moderate, in which this is entitled The French Tradition of Critical Theory. For our first speaker of the last session, Professor Paulo A. Bolaños is a full-time professor and a member of the Department of Philosophy, University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines. He headed the department from 2011 to 2019. He is currently the program lead for philosophy at the UST Graduate School. Bolaños is a research fellow at the UST Researcher Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities. He obtained his AB Philosophy from UST, his AB in Philosophy from Brock University, Canada, and his PhD in Philosophy from Macquarie University, Australia. His research and teaching interests are mainly on the works of Friedrich Nietzsche, Theodor Adorno, Gilles Deleuze, and the Frankfurt School of Critical Theory and Post-Marxism. Bolaños is the founding editor-in-chief of two philosophy journals, Critica, an online journal of philosophy, and Suri, Journal of the Philosophical Association of the Philippines. He is also a member of the editorial board of various academic journals, such as Antonino's Journal, I apologize if I am butchering some of the names, Diwa, Social Ethics Journal of Applied Philosophy, and the PHAVISMINDA Journal. Bolaños is a member of the Philippine Academy of the Philosophical Research. He is the author of 3 books, On Affirmation and Becoming, A Deleuzian Introduction to Nietzsche's Ethics and Ontology, Nietzsche and Adorno on Philosophical Practice, Language, and Reconciliation Towards an Ethics of Thinking, and Thought Pieces, Nietzschean Reflections on Anti-Foundationalism, Ethics, and Politics. For our second speaker, Professor Rainiel Reyes obtained his PhD in philosophy from the University of Santo Tomas, Manila, Philippines, with a dissertation of Deleuze and Guattari's Philosophy of Becoming Revolutionary. He is a faculty of the Department of Philosophy and the Research Fellow at the Research Center for Culture, Arts, and Humanities in the same university. He is also one of the managing editors of Critica, an online journal of philosophy. His areas of specialization are Nietzsche, Deleuze and Guattari, critical theory, and political philosophy. For our last speaker, Mr. Jaco G. Bellia obtained his bachelor's degree in classical studies in the Faculty of Philosophy, University of Santo Tomas in 2012, and master's in philosophy in the same university in 2013. He taught philosophy under the university's Department of Philosophy from 2014 to 2017. During his tenure as a graduate student and instructor in the university, His research interest was on continental philosophy, specifically on the works of Michel Foucault and Paul Ricoeur. In 2019, Jeko obtained his Juris Doctor degree, formerly Bachelor of Law, in San Beda University, Manila in 2019. He is currently an associate in a law firm located in Makati City. Can we all please give a round of applause for our first speaker, Mr. Paulo A. Bolaños.
Thank you very much, Bea, for that generous introduction. And I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference. Of course, Jesse Lino and Gia Nagbisit for their untiring effort in organizing the conference. And also, of course, to the chair of the Department of Philosophy, Dr. Marela Bolaños, and of course, our colleagues from the department. I'd also like to thank the students who are here and our guests who came today. Hopefully, we'll have a very fruitful discussion. The title of my, I have a one-page slide, so there you go, that's it. I merely listed down here the talk points or the talking points of my talk or my presentation this evening or this afternoon. The title of my talk is Figurations of French Critical Theory. So just so we can focus on, you can focus on listening to me. I didn't really prepare, a PowerPoint presentation beyond one page. Okay, so this is just to guide you so that you will follow my discussion. All right, so figurations of French critical theory. The term figurations, just a little note on the term figuration or figurations. What I mean by the term is close to the word characteristic or characteristics or features. So I could have entitled the talk Features of French Critical Theory. I don't know why I chose the word figurations. Maybe there's a ring to it. You can also perhaps imagine, if you're a musician, the word figuration is also used, right? So in music, figuration means the structure of a musical piece. So I'm using, therefore, the word figurations in that sense. So features of French critical theory. I'd also like to mention there's nothing really radically original here. What I am intending to do really is to give an introduction to Dr. Reyes' talk on Deleuze and to Attorney Belo's talk. I think you're going to talk on Foucault, isn't it? Okay, so great. So that's why I'm going to mention both Foucault and Deleuze. And also Derrida, and a bunch of other philosophers as well. All right, so nothing original here. This is just a kind of preliminary notes on what I think are the features or figurations of French critical theory. There are 4 talking points. The first talking point is on education. So education as the house of philosophy. I'd like to discuss here how the French educational system shaped what we now call French philosophy or contemporary French philosophy. But I'd like to describe that affair as between tradition and iconoclasm. Later on, it will become clear why tradition is important and why I use the word iconoclasm to describe, the practice of the philosophers that we've been discussing in the past 2 days. And then, secondly, I will talk about the peculiar place of French thought in the social and political life of France. Thirdly, here are some of my favorite philosophers: Hegel, Marx, and Nietzsche. I'm not going to discuss their ideas in detail. I'm simply going to mention why, or I'm going to discuss briefly why these philosophical figures are important for French critical theory. And that, I think what I have in mind is, when we talk about French critical theory, of course, I think coming from the tradition of Frankfurt School critical theory, because that's actually my area of expertise, I have the tendency to interpret French critical theory based on assumptions, the assumptions of the Frankfurt School tradition. So I'm going to mention a little bit of that also later on. But I mentioned Hegel, Marx, and Nietzsche because these are philosophical figures that were also profoundly influential to the members of the Frankfurt School tradition, like Horkheimer, Adorno, Marcuse, and so on. And lastly, I'm going to talk about, I'm going to ask the question, is there such a thing as French critical theory? All right, so hopefully we'll get to that part. Education is the house of philosophy, between tradition and iconoclasm. No philosophy happens in a vacuum. It is only in this sense that we are able to speak about French philosophy. For it is a tradition that emerges out of the historical and institutional circumstances of France. And I'd like to emphasize those words, historical and institutional. More specifically, institutional, because philosophy in France is institutional or institutionalized. Another word for it is standardized. And that's quite interesting because as a standardized practice or discourse, it actually becomes part of the day-to-day or part of the collective consciousness, okay, of French people. So philosophy is not strange to the French consciousness. Unlike here, and in other countries perhaps, but especially here in the Philippines, when you say philosophy, usually people think that if you're doing philosophy, then you are a seminarian, or that you're training for the priesthood and so on, or that you're going to become a lawyer, and so you're taking up philosophy. It's different in Europe, and especially in France. I think Doc Leo can attest to this. All right, so French philosophy is a tradition that emerges out of the historical and institutional circumstances of France. We may describe the development of French philosophy to be between what I said here as tradition and iconoclasm, or between orthodoxy and unorthodoxy. It is interesting to note the irony that we usually associate French thought. There's this irony that we usually associate French thought with the progressive ideas of the likes of Simone Weil. I think Paula talked about Weil earlier. Jean-Paul Sartre, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Jean Hippolyte, Louis Althusser, Etienne Balibar, Michel Foucault, Gilles Deleuze, Emmanuel Levinas, Paul Ricoeur, Jacques Lacan, Jacques Derrida, Jean-François Lyotard, Jacques Rancière, Alain Badiou, and Quentin Miller, so to name a few. While we talk about these philosophers, most of the time we are oblivious to the fact that these so-called radically progressive thinkers are actually products of an extremely rigorous academic tradition in France. Institutionalized philosophy, standardized philosophy. And what's interesting is from this standardized philosophy emerges radical thinkers like the ones that I just mentioned. And why is that so? Some commentators liken the French educational system to a factory of French philosophers. And how is that possible? Because, most of the most interesting philosophers that we are reading today are actually from France. And more specifically, from only 2 schools in France. Mostly. Okay? So, the French educational system is likened to a factory of French philosophers. It is not surprising that contemporary continental philosophy is dominated by French thinkers, and it is equally not accidental that these thinkers come from either the École Normale Supérieure, the ENS, or the Université de Paris, Sorbonne, the old one, because the Sorbonne now is divided into 13 schools, 13 universities. But I think prior to 1970, it was just one big university. So these so-called French philosophers come from either the ENS, École Normale Supérieure, or the Sorbonne. And that's quite interesting. Parang yun ang version nila ng 2 centers of excellence. In Manila. In the Philippines, you only have 2 centers of excellence. So either you come from, I'm just kidding, I'm just playing, you either come from Ateneo or UST. So ito, you either come from the École Normale Supérieure or the Sorbonne. So even before entering the university, young French students will experience the privileged status of philosophy in France. For they are introduced to the history of philosophy early on during their high school years, their lycée years, yung high school. Although kayo din, actually, it's quite interesting because in France, they only require 1 philosophy subject in high school. That's offered in their senior high, 12th grade. Kayo, meron pa kayong pagpapakatao, and then you have several philosophy courses in your grade 11 and grade 12. Isn't it? Pero parang ano ba nangyari? After all these years, have we cultivated, have we produced philosophers? Despite the fact that, like in France, in the Philippines, we also have standardized philosophy. So anyway, the French students, the young French students, even before they enter the university, they are already exposed to philosophy, specifically the history of philosophy. The emphasis really of philosophical studies in Europe, specifically in France, is the history of philosophy. Importante ang history. Here, history is outlawed. Including, as Dr. Carino mentioned yesterday, even language is outlawed. The Filipino language is outlawed. Of course, I'm over-exaggerating, but ganun din yun, di ba? It's outlawed. However, philosophy does not stop in the classroom. Philosophical discussions are ingrained in public conversations. That's what differentiates French philosophy from Filipino philosophy. You might have several courses in the senior high, but philosophy does not, the discourse doesn't really translate into public discussion or public discourse. Kasi it's limited to the classroom. Paglabas ng classroom, it's all about TikTok, it's all about content created by vloggers and so on. Not philosophy. So we, in a way, have an anti-intellectualist, mindset, no? Because we actually hate intellectuals, or at least we don't listen to them. And maybe Rizal was correct to describe the philosopher as Filósofo Tasio, right? And provided a somewhat pejorative, description of Tasio. In France, philosophy does not stop in the classroom. Philosophical discussions are ingrained in public conversations. For instance, they have this radio station, Radio France, where they have a weekly show, Vendredi de la Philosophie. Did I pronounce it correctly? I have an excellent French instructor. So the Vendredi de la Philosophie, or Philosophical Fridays, because they have this show every Friday that's all about philosophy. And in this show, they discuss issues on classical and contemporary philosophy and their relation to society. We don't have that here. So when you open your radio, puro ano, hello, Joe Damango, ako po ay nananawagan. Puro ganon. There's really no philosophical discussion. You turn on the TV, it's all garbage, right? It's the same in your TikTok, the same in your YouTube and so on, or Facebook. So, despite the fact that we have this technology that's supposed to democratize knowledge and, discourse, the opposite is happening. Okay? For some reason. So, unlike in most countries, philosophy is not unusual in French culture. Sa atin, parang unusual, di ba? We get uncomfortable when we talk about philosophy, or even if we say to our friends or relatives that I am pursuing philosophy. Ano yan? Walang pera dyan. Ganyan, di ba? Magpapari ka ba? Or katulad ni Attorney Bello, attorney. Anyway, so it's not unusual. French philosophy or philosophy is not unusual in France. Rather, it has a wide public following, and philosophers are treated with high regard. In other words, philosophers can wear their own hats. And it's probably the same in other parts of Europe, maybe in Germany, but more specifically in France. Now, why did I call it tradition, standardized philosophy? Because, before you become a professor of philosophy, even before you can teach high school philosophy, you have to go through a very rigorous process. And mind you, the philosophers that you admire actually failed this exam several times. Okay? All right. But while this cultural rootedness of philosophy has produced the most radical and brilliant French thinkers, it is no secret among these intellectuals that they are products of a centralized or standardized educational structure with a high degree of homogeneity. It's homogeneous because there's really no, parang standardized siya. You take an exam, if you want to teach philosophy, you take an exam, and they'll give you a list of readings. It's a canon. You'll have to read all those, all those books. You cannot veer away from the list. Although, of course, the list changes from year to year, but still it's standardized. So it has a high degree of homogeneity. Ironically, in France, while philosophy is a public discourse, the job description of a philosopher is profoundly elitist. It's elitist precisely because only the best of the best become philosophers. The culmination of a student's institutional education is the agrégation, a very competitive civil exam taken by those who intend to apply for university teaching positions. The agrégation is not the PhD. I think you take this after you finish your MA. You take it if you want to teach not university at the university level, but in the high school level. Ganon ka rigorous, ganon katindi ang standardized philosophy in France. So it's a very competitive civil exam taken by those who intend to apply for university or high school teaching positions. This is very similar to the German Habilitationsschrift, although the Habilitationsschrift is a dissertation that you write after you finish your PhD. So in Germany, when you finish your PhD, you cannot teach right away. You will have to write another dissertation they call Habilitationsschrift, no? Before you can teach in the university. So in Germany, students are required to write a second dissertation that qualifies them to teach. The difference is that the French agrégation is a set of standardized exams in the form of essays and oral presentations. It's not really, well, there's a writing part, but it's more like an exam, you know, revalida in essay. It is through this rigorous process that students become particularly well-versed in the history of philosophy. So they become, first and foremost, historians of philosophy. That's my description of Deleuze, for example. Deleuze, for me, is first and foremost a historian of philosophy. And I had a heated debate with one of my MA classmates before when I said, Deleuze is first and foremost a historian of philosophy. How dare you? No, he's a fundamental ontologist. No, he's a historian of philosophy. That's how he was trained. All right, so anyway, and they become, these young philosophers, as they prepare for the agrégation, become steeped in the writings of philosophers from Greek philosophy down to the most modern, depending on the period. As a result, they saw philosophical thinking as an intense engagement with rich philosophical vocabularies of the past for the purpose of taking them to even higher levels of subtlety and nuance. When you read the writings of Foucault, the writings of Deleuze and Derrida, especially the early writings, most of those are distillations from their agrégation preparations. That's why there's this steepness in the history of ideas. All right, so this seemingly close and elitist system somewhat also encouraged, despite its elitism, it did encourage ranging philosophical creativity. Okay? Foucault, for example, wasn't only well-versed in philosophy, he was exposed to the natural sciences, the social science, and more specifically to psychoanalysis. So it's not just philosophy. They are also required to enroll in so-called other disciplines. That's why most of these French thinkers, for example, if you read Badiou, there's this confluence, no, between philosophy, the tradition, and mathematics. All right. In Foucault, it's psychology. In Deleuze, literature and art. All right. Second talking point: philosophy and French political life. As an enterprise, philosophy has a peculiar place in French society. As mentioned, philosophers are highly regarded by the public, and as such, they are expected to demonstrate certain positions on social and political issues of the day. The true litmus test for theory is society itself. It does not come as a surprise that the theoretical works, for example, of Foucault, Deleuze, Derrida, and Rancière, and many others, are actively engaged in political questions. This tendency is not unusual in French academia, especially in the writings of philosophers. In a very concrete manner, the French educational system bred not only historians of philosophy and metaphysicians, but more importantly, political theorists and commentators who demonstrated, either explicitly or implicitly, the marriage between theory and praxis. For example, the more explicit social political philosophy you find in Foucault, in Deleuze, but not so much in Derrida, not until you get to the latter writings of Derrida. Okay? So this tendency is not unusual in France. In a very concrete manner, the French educational system bred not only historians and metaphysicians, but political theorists. In this sense, French philosophy is essentially social and political philosophy, whether it's explicit or implicit. Deleuze himself describes philosophy as a toolbox of ideas from which we could pick up concepts to make sense of the perplexing social world. Meanwhile, Foucault attempted to expose the relationship between power and social order. Meanwhile, and through this historical theoretical work of Foucault, he was able to show the oppressive tendency of power relations and how these relations are subtly embedded in our social imaginary. Even Derrida, who was the least politically active of the three that I mentioned, did not shy away from mentioning the events of May 1968 in one of his lectures, or in several lectures, as a matter of fact, and this tendency became more explicit with direct engagement with ideas of Marx, for example, and then he talked about the politics of friendship, and then the concept of justice. This is late Derrida. So, of course, the work of Gayatri Spivak is also testament to the political, temperament of Derrida's work. Spivak, of course, is the translator of dramatology, and much of her writings are based on that book. All right, third talking point, Hegel, Marx, and Nietzsche. One figure who was instrumental in the intellectual development of Foucault, Deleuze, and Derrida was Jean Hippolyte, whose book, this massive book called Genesis and Structure of Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit, was influential on a generation of young students, both in the École Normale Supérieure and at the Sorbonne. For these students, the orientation towards the relationship between thinking and history was reinforced by Hippolyte's lectures on Hegel. Hippolyte emphasized Hegel's philosophy of history that attempted to reveal the ultimate meaning of history. Although this preoccupation with Hegel was already found in Sartre, for example, in Sartre's Critique of Dialectical Reason, that project of Sartre didn't really made much, headway or influence. It was Hippolyte who became influential, together with another Hegelian named Jean Val. The difference is that Sartre's reading of Hegel was still haunted by his existentialist humanism, a tendency that Deleuze abhorred despite his admiration for Sartre. It's interesting because Deleuze considers Sartre as his philosophical hero. He doesn't mention this often, but Sartre, after reading Being and Nothingness, Deleuze was converted, but he was disappointed with Sartre's reading of Hegel. Meanwhile, Hippolyte's interpretation veered away from an overemphasis on human consciousness and instead emphasized the historical aspect of Hegel's philosophy. This latter reading was more attractive to the young students like Foucault, Deleuze, and Derrida, who were contemplating on the possibility of a philosophy of history that decentralizes the view that the subject is the center of the universe. I guess the talk of Dr. Albella yesterday is related to this, although I didn't. There was even a question about posthumanism and the Anthropocene. All right. For the sake of time, I'm just going to read, my paper. So Hegel through Hippolyte. Another figure, Louis Althusser, the post-structuralist Althusser, who was also a professor at the École Normale Supérieure, was very influential because of his structuralist reading of Karl Marx. So this was also crucial in the intellectual development of French philosophy in the 1960s, specifically on Foucault and Derrida, but more indirectly on Deleuze. Once again, beyond the existentialist reading of Sartre, Sartre also was one of the first ones who read Marx, from the École Normale Supérieure, but again, it wasn't really that influential. It was Althusser who became influential. So Althusser, like Hippolyte, provided an interpretation of Marx that did not revolve around the subject. This entailed for Althusser a critique of all aspects of Marxism priorly conceived. This includes a movement away from the humanist marks of the 1844 manuscripts to the more mature Das Kapital, where Althusser located a structuralist explanation of modes of production. That's why sometimes Althusser's reading of Marx is also referred to as scientific reading. Maybe because he found in Das Kapital a mode of criticizing or reading the structures of society, modes of production in society, which doesn't revolve around subjectivity, freedom, and so on. This, I believe, is diametrically opposed to how, for example, the Frankfurt School critical theorists treated Marx, because it was the other way around for the Frankfurt School critical theorists. They went back to the 1844 manuscripts and veered away from Das Kapital. And unlike the Frankfurt School critical theorists, Foucault and Deleuze do not emphasize the phenomenon of alienation. Instead, their theoretical critique of social pathologies follows the direction of a critique of relations of power. For example, in Foucault, and for Deleuze, the increasing complexification of societal structures. But more than Hegel and Marx, it was Friedrich Nietzsche who had the most profound influence on French philosophy of the 1960s. However, the Nietzschean engagements of Foucault, Deleuze, and Derrida seem to be manifestations of their Oedipal relationship with Hegel. Oedipal relationship, no? It's like hating your father or waging a war with your father. According to Gary Gutting, Nietzsche was for them a way to develop an anti-Hegelian stance. Nietzsche was pivotal in Foucault's, for example, in Foucault's development of a genealogical method, an alternative to Hegel's dialectical materialism. For example, in his essay, Nietzsche, Genealogy History. Deleuze, for his part, wrote The Ingenious Nietzsche in Philosophy, where he offers an alternative interpretation of Nietzschean ideas of power, force, values, eternal return of the same, and so on. Deleuze begrudgingly claims that Hegelian themes are present in his book, Nietzsche and Philosophy, as an enemy against which it fights. Although my view really is that Deleuze was actually waging a war against Hippolyte and not Hegel, because there was this falling out between Hippolyte was Deleuze's at the Sorbonne. Hippolyte was his advisor, and they had a falling out. No? Kaya siguro ganun, para magkaroon ng Filipino philosophy, awayin niyo ako. I'm just kidding. Huwag niyo akong awayin. But that's how it happened. Meanwhile, Derrida engages in a close reading of Nietzsche, one that is demonstrative of the deconstructive approach that shows, for instance, the undecidability of meaning in Nietzsche's writings. But what Derrida is doing is that he's trying to demonstrate that this undecidability is not only in Nietzsche, it's in all philosophical writings. Nietzsche is different or special because Nietzsche is a special, case because Nietzsche does not move away from, showing that undecidability. All right. Derrida describes the experience of reading Nietzsche as one of impovoir, powerlessness. He has this book called Spurs, and you might want to read that. It's a thin book. What this shows is that it shows the circuitous character of writing and reading that inevitably presumes a bravado of presence, that sometimes that's called metaphysics, that always fails to keep its promise of certitude. The peculiarity of Nietzsche's own text is that it reveals this undecidability, as opposed to obfuscating it, which is a radical movement away from the Hegelian promise of the absolute. All right, last part. I hope I have time. Okay, is there French critical theory? A good point of departure is to look at the three normative claims of Frankfurt School critical theory. My students are familiar with this, especially my graduate students. By revisiting the basic normative claims of Frankfurt School critical theory, specifically as originally conceived by Max Horkheimer in the 1930s. Firstly, I'm going to briefly reconstruct the three normative claims. Firstly, critical theory presupposes that reality is necessarily social reality. What this means is that the environment we inhabit is largely a product of human intervention. In an older essay, I called that the anthropological term, but that creates a lot of problems, so in my more recent writings, I dropped the term anthropological. What I simply mean is that for the critical theories, most of our problems are are created by us, no? And discourse is also human. In that sense, then, philosophy is anthropological, it's human. But does that mean, so I'm going to comment on this. Let me just read this first, and I'll comment on whether the French philosophers or critical theorists have anything to say about these normative claims. All right, so what the anthropological means is that the environment we inhabit is largely a product of human intervention. Through philosophy, science, technology, and others, we produce our own historical way of life in its totality. Critical theory, therefore, perceives our social normative practices immanently within the social structures we have invented that supposedly promote social cohesion. Secondly, the practical goal of critical theory, the Frankfurt School, is emancipation from slavery and the abolition of social injustice. This presupposition is based on a kind of pre-political assumption that at the core of every human being is the interest to be free, a kind of quasi-transcendental interest, to borrow a phrase from Habermas. It is not necessary to conceive of this quasi-transcendental interest in essentialist terms. At best, it is simply a practical assumption, yet an assumption that runs all across various cultural groups. The third normative claim, or the third normative presupposition of Frankfurt School critical theory is that the emancipatory impulse is not confined to proletarian sensibilities. This entails the decentralization of the role of the proletariat and the recognition of the emancipatory potential of any social group informed by a pre-political demand for social freedom. Now, just a brief comment on whether those normative claims are also practiced or observed by the French thinkers. My answer is reluctantly. For example, as I mentioned earlier, they were looking for alternative readings of Hegel and Marx. They are trying to move away from the overemphasis on subjectivity. And so the movement is from too much subjectivity to a structuralist reading of Marx and Hegel. What does that entail? Our problems are structural. Our problems are systemic. Not necessarily brought about by one single consciousness, but social problems or social pathologies are systemic or structural. Most of the time, we don't have any control over these problems. All right? So that's French critical theory. Does French critical theory also have an ethical or political claim like the Frankfurt School? Emancipation from slavery and social injustice. Again, implicitly. If you read Foucault, the logical conclusion is emancipation, freedom, and so on. And however, Foucault hates the word normative for a particular reason, but in a particular sense also. The Frankfurt School uses the term normative, like, for example, Habermas and Honneth, in a very different way. And if you're going to read them carefully, it's not really what Foucault is criticizing. And then thirdly, what did I say here? The third normative claim, the emancipatory impulse not confined to proletarian sensibilities. I think that's quite obvious, although they don't really phrase it this way, no? It's quite obvious in Foucault, in Deleuze, and in Derrida, that at the end of the day, maybe not that obvious, you'll have to read them carefully, because they are not explicit about it. They are not explicit of the fact, I think, that French philosophy is also it's also a philosophy of freedom. Okay? And maybe at the end of the day, it's just a matter of difference in the language and emphasis. All right, I'll stop there because Bea is going to butcher me already. Thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully we'll have a fruitful conversation afterwards. Thank you.
Sayang yung PowerPoint ko, 2 slides. Ayaw pa, sir. Ayun, okay. Ito yun, di ba? Ayos, thank you, boss. Makikita ko rin din yun. Kaya ko. Duplicate ko na po.
Pinapes na. Pwede naman.
Opo, kumonekta kayo. Tinanggal ko lang ulit. Extend duplicate. Duplicate ko na.
Ha? Okay na. Wala. Wala pa.
Sayang yung PowerPoint ko, no? Anyway, tapos yung oras. Andiyan na po yung ano eh. Nasa USB na po. Alin ito? Hindi naman gumagana eh. Chaos. Ito lang, kuya. Ito lang, oh. Good afternoon again. So, by the way, the title of my paper is Chaos. So, like what's happening, unfortunately, no. I think we can start. This is also an introduction, but not to Attorney Jeko's paper, but to a paper I published recently in Plaridel. So, I recommend that paper so that this presentation, in a way, would help you to understand where I am coming from. This is a paper about chaos from the perspectives of Deleuze and Guattari, meaning the later Deleuze in collaboration with Guattari. And then I'm going to perhaps survey a complex trajectory from Deleuze and Guattari going to Franco Berardi, who is an Italian autonomous philosopher. So on one hand, I will discuss the trajectory of chaos from Anti-Oedipus, A Thousand Plateaus, and What is Philosophy. On the other, how Deleuze and Guattari portray chaos, and how Franco Berardi in 1977 in Italy reconstructed the very notion of chaos in connection to the present condition of the Italian people during that time. So, thank you po. So, by the way, the picture is a picture that can be found on the chapter on the refrain in A Thousand Plateaus, which is entitled The Twittering Machine by Paul Klee. I hope I pronounce his name correctly. Just to set things into perspective, perhaps this is one perspective which we can use to understand what chaos is. So this is the dialogue between John Lloyd Cruz, who portrayed Hernando in Love Diaz's movie, Ang Istorya ni Ha. Okay. So he was talking to, so he has a puppeteer or vaudeville, if I pronounce it correctly, no? The one on the left, and he's talking to Among Kuyang, who is a warlord. And this was historically, perhaps it portrayed, this happened during Ramon Magsaysay's time. However, usually in Love Diaz's movies, there are many allusions to the present administration. There was even a time wherein Among Kuyang, the one on the right, told, I think, another person that in the future, someone from the north and someone from Davao will become the leader. So here's one of the conversations I'm going to read. Wala nang halaga ang halaga, masyado nang maingay ang mundo, nawala na ng saysay ang salita, hindi na nabubuo ng tama ang mga pangungusap, hindi na mahaya ang daloy ng ritmo, naguguluhan na ang mga berso, lipas na ang mga himno, ang mundo ay ayaw ng tumino, patay na ang panulaan, naglaho na ang tanghalan, nauwi na ang lahat sa kawalan. But of course, at least at this point, John Lloyd Cruz is talking about his current existential crisis because he's a famous international vaudeville artist and he was also a former socialist cadre. And kumbaga, he conducted this last presentation because he's about to retire. He's so excited. He wants to go home to marry his partner. But the problem is when he went home, he realized that his partner ay pinambayad utang na. So, and that's the time that he started not to talk as Hernando, but as Ha, the puppet. Okay. Parang may kinalaman sa papel ko. No? Anyway, introduction. Deleuze and Guattari viewed the May 1968 phenomenon not merely as a commonplace political protest, but as a becoming breaking through history, as Deleuze highlights in Negotiations. It's because this event ardently challenges the standard concepts of conventional psychoanalysis, party politics, social movements, and intellectual scholarship, whose configurations revolve around the identitarian notion of the rational human subject. So of course, earlier, Serpa already provided a very comprehensive introduction to Deleuze and Guattari's philosophy, so I'll skip some parts here. Despite the radicality of Anti-Oedipus, which became one of the Bibles of the student protesters, the second volume, A Thousand Plateaus, received a higher acclaim. The apparent restrained language of the second book moderates the radical fervor of the first. Historically, A Thousand Plateaus was informed by the 1975 oil crisis in France, which abolished the people's hope for a grand societal configuration. So this is what happened post-1968. Meanwhile, Berardi, in his book Breathing, describes the 1968 and then the years that followed from it as a period of devolution. And I quote from Precarious Rhapsody, "The peak of human progress of democracy as critical participation. Since then, we have been living through a continuous process of cultural devolution, political regression, and social impoverishment." End of quote. For him, the 1968 and the years that followed paved way for the maximal convergence between technological knowledge and social consciousness. As years passed, the former, technological knowledge, overcame and totalized the latter, social consciousness. Consequently, technology started to increasingly dominate the social body, while society became incapacitated to govern itself. Democracy, for example, became impotent in governing capitalist deregulation of finance and technology, while individuals underwent accelerated technological mutation. So, if in Deleuze and Guattari's time, 1968 was really a grand moment, perhaps for the Italian autonomist movement, it's 1977. But like what Berardi mentioned in Precarious Rhapsody, it was a period of bifurcations. So 1977 was a period of bifurcation globally and locally. So it was a time where Wozniak and Jobs founded Apple, Lyotard wrote The Human Condition. It was also the time wherein Albert Bergman produced The Serpent's Egg. It was also the time wherein there's a mass youth suicide in Japan. And it was also Chaplin's death. In Italy, the society saw the arrest of militants and intellectuals, closure of the movement's radio stations, movements launching of an international meeting against repression in Bologna. Before 1977, high rate of unemployment really wreaked havoc to the Italian society. So the young militants criticized the Italian Communist Party. So Berardi claims that now, or during that time, the new phase of the revolution is composed of young militants who have read the poems of the futurists and are using electronic media for the first time. Under this development, language, or to be specific, poetic language, becomes the main locale of social confrontation. Language becomes the site of social diagnosis and a possible societal rehabilitation. Initially, their project was understood as the refusal of work. The refusal of work assumes the face of the movements whose goal is autonomy. And I quote again from Precarious Rhapsody, "Autonomy is the independence of social time from the temporality of capitalism." In this initiative, not going to work because you want to rest or sleep is seen as a form of radical intelligence. Uy, mga estudyante, no? Radical intelligence daw yun. And a possible source of progress. However, this radical moment was ephemeral. The long-term freedom from capitalist deregulation demanded by the workers turned into a lifetime oppression or incarceration, thanks to capitalist deregulation, which responded with the flexibilization and the fractalization of labor. Autonomy turned into seemingly endless capitalist capture. So the second part is chaos in 1,000 plateaus. So if perhaps chaos is understood in Anti-Oedipus as a kind of ethical fascism where people choose their own oppression, let's say through Oedipal relationship or through reduction of Marxism, etc., etc. The understanding of chaos or the meaning of chaos in 1,000 plateaus in a way assumes a different trajectory. So in 1,000 plateaus, Deleuze and Guattari associate chaos with the concepts of milieu and rhythm. In fact, they claim that chaos is a vector of milieus and rhythms. Of course, this is very much different from how chaos was explained or discussed in Nietzsche and Philosophy or Difference and Repetition, where chaos was associated with the eternal return or chance. And I quote lengthily From chaos, milieus and rhythms are born. We have seen elsewhere how all kinds of milieus slide in relation, wala pala sa paper ko to. Every milieu is vibratory, coded, a code being defined by periodic repetition. But each code is in a perpetual state of transcoding or transduction. The notion of the milieu is not unitary. Not only does the living thing continually pass from one milieu to another, but the milieus pass into one another. The milieus are open to chaos, which threatens them with exhaustion or intrusion. Rhythm is the milieu's answer to chaos. What chaos and rhythm have in common is the in-between, between two milieus, rhythm chaos or the chaosmos. Chaos is not the opposite of rhythm, but the milieu of all milieus. Contrary to the conventional description of chaos as pure indeterminacy or formlessness, chaos is not the opposite of milieu, at least in 1,000 Plateaus, but the totality of all milieus. For instance, in this book, Deleuze parallels the concept of chaos with the notions of territory and deterritorialization, and even music. What is deterritorialized in music are human voices and the refrain, which can temporarily territorialize deterritorialization. There's even a part in 1,000 Plateaus where Deleuze and Guattari talk about bird songs. So bird songs, or bird songs as music, in a way, is an example of deterritorialization of music being purely anthropological. The term refrain originally appears in Guattari's book, The Machinic Unconscious, Essays in Schizoanalysis. When it appears in 1,000 Plateaus, it's associated with music. And I quote again from 1,000 Plateaus, refrain is properly musical content, the block of content proper to music. A child comforts itself in the dark or claps its hands or invents a way of walking adapting to the cracks in the sidewalk. So in a way, refrain as music is a way of adapting to yourself, as if you're a child inside a dark room. So when you think you are lost, you don't know the center, you don't know the corners, you don't know where you're going to. When the child starts to sing, that temporarily establishes a kind of gray area, a kind of temporary territory. And in a way, it helps the child, in a way. As a philosophical concept, refrain is a principle of consistency or territoriality. It fashions momentary landscapes and assemblages constitutive of heterogeneous resources and then deterritorializes again to incessantly reconfigure the relations of elements. Refrain is an assemblage of consistency that marks a sort of dwelling. For Deleuze and Guattari, refrain is, and I quote from 1,000 Plateaus again, it is territorial, a territorial assemblage. Bird songs, the bird sings to mark its territory, or kahit aso, iihi sa gulong, for example. The refrain may assume other functions, amorous, professional, or social, liturgical, or cosmic. Later in Berardi, we can also create a kind of technological and poetic refrain. And I continue, it always carries earth with it. It has a land as its concomitant. It has an essential relation to a land, to a native, end of quote. So the territories created by refrain are temporary. Refrain consecutively deterritorializes so that a territory is always getting towards a potential deterritorialization. Furthermore, the refrain has the power to uncork hidden potentialities within and beyond a particular dwelling. However, because of its territorial and assemblagic composition, the refrain presupposes and promotes the status of a community or an ethnic class. So nonetheless, the recognition of the actual people or a community is also temporary. The absolute deterritorialization of thought calls for a people to come or missing people. So its presence is that it's always to come, it's always absent. Meanwhile, while it is true that the absolute territorialization of thought summons a homeland, this form of dwelling must be capacitated in restoring an equivalent home or territory. So second part, chaos in what is philosophy. In what is philosophy, their tone becomes, in a way, much critical, and there's a repetitive mention of the word chaos. But this concept chaos is always associated with the concepts such as philosophy, art, science, and friendship. So chaos becomes one of the most important concepts in this book. For example, mental chaos, or perhaps to neoliberal capitalist chaos. For Deleuze and Guattari, chaos should be perceived as the absence of apparent connection between determinations, or the absence of bridge or bridges between things, rather than the absence of determinations. Paradoxically, its presence signifies a kind of complexity, a no presence because of its infinite speed. In this vein, its indeterminacy and formlessness are conditioned by determinations that merely connect or become comprehensible in small or vague spaces and metamorphoses in an extremely accelerated speed. And I quote from What is Philosophy, page 201. Nothing is more distressing than a thought that escapes itself than ideas that fly off, that is appear hardly formed, already eroded by forgetfulness. This is the instant of which we do not know whether it's too long or too short for time. We constantly lose our ideas. End of quote. More concretely, chaos at present is characterized by many things, not only caused by neoliberal capitalism. And there's the time later that I'm going to elaborate or explain the relevance of Berardi's philosophy. At least for Deleuze and Guattari, what aggravate the problems of human relations, depleted resources, disequilibrium in experiences are caused by contemporary capitalism. However, it's not that easy. It's very complex. We cannot simply launch a war against it because chaos, based on what is philosophy, feeds on war. And when you wage war against it, you simply aggravate the problem. Deleuze and Guattari accentuate that launching an explicitly belligerent war against it is futile and self-destructive because war is its fuel. Therefore, individuals should moderate their relationship with chaos by acclimatizing themselves with the rhythm of the cosmos and maintain a critical alliance with it. Ergo, the notion of friendship. But of course, friendship, at least in what is philosophy, they borrowed the Greek, not the Hesiods, but friendship as a creative struggle with chaos. So creative struggle is also a form of friendship. Guattari calls it as chaosmosis. Echoing Deleuze and Guattari in What is Philosophy again, hence the second quotation, it is as if the struggle against chaos does not take place without an affinity with the enemy, because another struggle develops and takes on a more importance. That's the struggle against opinion, which claims to protect us from chaos itself. So another problem, or there's another source of chaos for them, that is opinion. Perhaps in the early part of What is Philosophy, Deleuze and Guattari are talking about philosophy as not as a form of contemplation, not as a form of reflection, and not as a form of communication. Okay? Communication wherein people arrive at a consensus. For them, coming up with a consensus is a very dangerous concept. No? And they associate that with opinion, coming up with popular opinion. For them, it's always a space, or it's always a territory filled with power manipulation, etc. This realization necessitates, therefore, humility and prudence, or as Deleuze describes in The Logic of Sense, becoming a little alcoholic, a little crazy, a little suicidal, a little guerrilla, end of quote. This form of moderation and prudence likewise admits that philosophy does not hold the single key sabi nga ni Doc Leo, I think earlier, does not hold the single key in solving or in eradicating chaos. Guattari in Chaosmosis opined that different disciplines such as psychoanalysis, film, literature, poetry, pedagogy, architecture, etc., must combine their creativity to eradicate the ordeals of barbarism. Further, in What is Philosophy, Deleuze and Guattari highlight the significance of the none of philosophy, the none of art, and the none of science. The non-philosophical or the non-human. Deleuze and Guattari avow that philosophy, art, and science constitute the three powers of thinking capable of transforming life, totalized by different forms of barbarism. Albeit these powers are divergent principles, life essentially involves the activity of creation, that is the creation of concepts, the role of philosophy, the creation of affects, the role of art, and the creation of functions, the role of science. Moreover, these intellectual powers necessitate a dynamic relation with the know, and I quote, with the know that concerns it. Philosophy needs a non-philosophy that comprehends it. It needs a non-philosophical comprehension, just as art needs non-art and science needs non-science. End of quote. So, I now go to Berardi. Pakisabi na lang pag malapit na akong matapos. No? So, from France to Italy. Berardi and Guattari are friends. There's even a book that Berardi dedicated for Guattari. There was even a time wherein Guattari was always invited to really analyze what's happening in Italy during the 1970s. But the problem is there was even a conference wherein all the revolutionaries gathered and they invited these post-structuralist philosophers from France to Italy, and the people were expecting for these philosophers to come up with a single answer to what's really happening. But these philosophers did not come up with a single answer because, of course, there's a different thing that's happening during that time, specifically the rise of capitalist deregulation and the rise of technology. Ten minutes now. So the first part is about fractalized labor and semio-capitalism. As a new mutation of capitalism, semio-capitalism or semayo, or a capitalism based on semiotics, is based on the subjugation of the social nervous system through digital technology and semiotic algorithms. It is peopled by what Berardi calls the cognitariats or the cognitive laborers, who are required to invest their 24/7 investment of nervous energy and creativity in the process of production. These investments, the energies being exhausted, is performed using the delusion of freedom or productivity. In Heroes, a book written by Berardi, he elaborates the general condition of the cognitariats in the semio-capitalist world. And I quote, "The essential feature of precarity in the social sphere is not the loss of regularity in the labor relation, since labor has always been more or less precarious, notwithstanding legal regulations. The essential transformation induced by the digitalization of the labor process is the fragmentation of the personal continuity of work, the fractalization and cellularization of time. The worker disappears as a person and is replaced by abstract fragments of time." End of quote. In the age of cognitive labor, there's no longer a need to invest in the availability of the person for 8 hours daily, because capital merely take pockets of time. Thanks to capitalist deregulation, flexibility has evolved into fractalized work. Fractalization, according to Heroes, is the modular and recombinant fragmentation of the period of activity. End of quote. As such, the cognitariat devolves into an interchangeable producer of microfragments of recombinant semiosis that enter into the continuous flux of the internet. Surely, it affects the workers as legal entities, protected by rights and economic individuals who need to pay their house rent, food, etc. So of course, I'm talking about what happens when everything becomes deregulated. So the state can no longer protect the workers. Because my boss is in Europe, so when my boss is awake and it's 3 a.m. in the Philippines, it's 8 a.m. there, and my boss tells me now you need to finish this one, so you need to accomplish it. And when you are sleepy, you need to take cocaine or whatever drugs do you need, etc., or go to Starbucks. To remain 24/7 productive, the workers are incessantly required to always undergo a digital innovation and technological mutation, as if their minds must mimic digital transmitters, which is really impossible. The physical, conscious, and sensitive individual is submitted to an acceleration of stimuli, that is, to a constant, competitive, or relentless electrocution, which can lead to different pathologies such as panic, attention disorder, information overload, or burnout. Since the workers invest everything, time for social relations, affections, and community engagement disappears. And some, like I said, take drugs such as, for Berardi, Viagra, cocaine, Prozac, coffee, some become game addicted, and others commit violence, which he calls splatter capitalismus. Unfortunately, when all these things rupture the flow of rhythm of mental time, and when we lost a meaningful connection with the external world, we don't have time for other things, we experience chaos. The inability to attribute meaning to the flow, the breakdown of our framework of relevance, a special vibration of the soul spreads out at this point, which we call panic, the subjective recording of chaos. End of quote. In a world that poses the impotence of reason, democracy, and even different political interventions, what is to be done? So, papatapos na ako. So, the Occupy movement, in Berardi's eyes, started the long process of reactivation of the cognitive workers' social body and nervous system. However, the Occupy was more political than semiological. Semi-capitalism is. He claims that there's no political escape from the trap authored by semi-capitalism or financial absolutism, which is regulated by algorithms that connect packets of precarious labor and suffocates the social body with chaos. So paano nga naman magpoprotesta, let's say, or magagather kung yung iba ay puyat, iba ay depressed, iba ay walang oras sa mga bagay na other than themselves. No? So meaning for Berardi, the political is already at the base space for protest, for intervention. So what is to be done then? Ang sagot niya, it is only through poetry or the poetic language that we can be liberated from semio-capitalist suffocation. Only poetry, and I quote from Breathing, will soothe the suffering of the engineer's mind and the poet's mind, and will act to reverse the financial sphere's grip upon language. End of quote. Further, he describes the poetic act as the act of experimenting with the world by reshuffling semiotic patterns, the act of composing signs, visual, linguistic, musical, and so on, which may disclose a space of meaning that's neither pre-existent in nature and not based on a social convention. The poetical act is semiotic excess, hinting beyond the limit of conventional meaning, and simultaneously it's a revelation of a possible sphere of experience not yet experienced. End of quote. In the G20 summit in July 2017, an enormous number of protesters and artists marched under the banner, "Welcome to Hell." With a pessimistic tone, Berardi laments in Breathing, in the past 20 years, the global movement from Shuttle to Occupy has tried to stop the hellification of the world. We have marched, we have chanted, we have expressed concepts and proclaimed predictions that have been confirmed by every deployment of the global crisis. In return, many of us have been beaten, repressed, imprisoned, and killed. In the end, everybody is now in hell. End of quote. Given chaos's creativity and potency, the new question that must be posed for Berardi is, may time pa ako? Meron pa akong time. Ay pa, 5 minutes, no? How to become happy or create spaces of survival in this hell. So, some would look at it as quite passive. Sa kanya kasi, there's no going outside of this hell. So, we're already living within the dead corpse of capitalism. So, why not accept that fact and create spaces of happiness within? Alam kong hindi ka tanggap-tanggap sa iba to, pero that's how we look at a possible apocalyptic ethics today. No? So in this manner, survival that is a radical and ethical survival becomes in itself a weapon. One of the timeless initiatives to do is to labor for the fashioning of an apocalyptic ethics to rhythmically survive in this chaotic world. The search for new rhythms or the struggle for the promotion of ethical values such as humility, wherein you acknowledge the limit of human potency. We must accept the fact that reason is not enough and that we cannot control everything now because it's technology which has already overcome us in many ways. Also, compassion. Perhaps this can also serve as a guide. It means sharing our commonability, sharing passion, sharing passivity. I think that somehow, and I quote, the ultimate ground of social autonomy does not lie in activism but in passivism, at least for a start. Kasi kahit paano, mas magandang matuto munang mag-open yung tao, kahit hindi about changing the system or resisting, yung matuto lang siyang mag-open, mag-recognize na may ibang tao, hindi to hugot or ano, no, na baka pwedeng maging posibleng source ng sagot or posibleng sagot ng konting ilaw or konting teritoryo. No? Hindi kailangan revolution agad. Kasi mahirap isipin yun. Kailangan matutunan mo ng mag-create ng spaces para yung tao ay ma-encourage magsalita. At least i-share yung kanyang karanasan. At karaniwan, hindi na ito nangyayari ngayon kasi may kanya-kanya tayong dinadala. Lagi tayo nagmamadali, laging may requirements. Wala na tayong oras for these spaces or for community. At least for Berardi. And also friendship. It resides, and I quote, in the ability to share the illusion of meaning. When the illusion of meaning is shared, it becomes a reality. These forms give birth to the physical experience of meaning. Like I said earlier when I was discussing what is philosophy, ang nawawala ay yung bridge. Okay? So perhaps to these values, perhaps we can recover that bridge. But that bridge does not always guarantee that it will produce radical or affirmative consequences. But we can try. In breathing, patapos na po ako, no? Berardi elaborates some paradoxical guides or values that can serve as temporary grounds, like these things. No? Affirmatively, this challenge is inspired by what the French calls, so si Doc Lino na nagsabi, ayoko ng la petite mort. No? So, lil death, okay, do us part. A lil death, no? Perhaps a concept that can serve as a hope. An intense momentary weakening of consciousness that enables a vision of nothingness and simultaneously opens the possibility of listening to the sound of chaosmosis. End of quote. This goal poses a great challenge to philosophy, to create concepts, to art through poetry, or to science through this controversial neuroplasticity. Chaosmosis in this manner assumes the function of the refrain that engenders the emergence of incorporeal universes, as Guattari argues in Chaosmosis, and crystallizes the most deterritorialized existential territories. So last part, of course, I try to trace developments or trajectories of chaos from Deleuze and Guattari to Berardi, from France to Italy. Okay. It's very important to emphasize here the idea of the outside. No? I think philosophy in general, for it to become revolutionary or for it to, let's say, enlighten us, must not be so much complacent or must not be so narcissistic, so insular. No? Because the outside, as a point of reference, is a source of possible resistance or possible source of meaning. No? To end, I just want to say na, of course, this is only one phase or one of the phases of chaos that we experience today. Perhaps neoliberal capitalism or psychopathologies, but there are many phases of chaos. For example, the one which was indirectly discussed earlier, the chaos people experienced during Duterte's regime, for example. No? But of course, like what I wrote in the book, in the article I published in Aswang contra Aswang in Plaridel, it's a different form of chaos. Because Duterte promised to flatten, okay, borrowing Sir Jovi's word, chaos. So he promised people that he will eradicate, he will promise to solve chaos, but in turn, this adds or this turns into another form of chaos, which I call in the article an anti-chaos chaos. Okay. So towards the end of the movie Aswang, so I try to use Delusion Guachari, and then I try to combine it with the documentary made by Alex Arumpak entitled Aswang. In the last part there, and perhaps this would answer one of the questions earlier, si Siriaco Santiago, one of the members of the Nightcrawlers, siya yung sumusunod sa mga pagkukronical ng mga victims ng drug war, yung mga pamilya, yung nanay ni Kian de los Santos, yung mga tao na nakulong sa likod ng bodega, etc., etc. Towards the end, nagda-drive siya along Ortigas or somewhere Ortigas, no? At nagda-drive siya sa Skyway na kung saan nakapaligid ay mga skyscraping buildings. Okay. So in a way, that would kumbaga, depict that chaos experienced by the people in the drug war is not only the chaos brought about by the administration, but also by neoliberal capitalism. But of course, there are many other chaos that, in a way, cause problems to us. And perhaps this is chaos this is chaos brought about by miseducation, lack of access in health, etc., etc. No? Kaya nga, ito yung last scene din doon sa movie, para katapusin na lang, no? Doon sa historia ni Ha. No? Dito, si John Lloyd ay nagsasalita na. So naganap siya ng isang malayong community at sinubukan niya gumawa. No? Kasama yung mga tao doon sa isang parang tribal community na sinubukan niya gumawa ng community ron, na kung saan siya yung maging teacher. At ang i-emphasize niya dito ay yung role ng lingwahe para palayain tayo sa iba't ibang sources ng barbarismo sa mundo. Okay? So, gaya nga ng ginagawa nila, nagsisimula naman lahat sa maliit. Pero hindi lahat na maliit, lumalaki, especially when we do not join hands. Although it sounds very, very junior, no? But sometimes, yung mga pangarap natin na ganito, magsisimula lang or may mangyayari lang kung sisimula natin sa paggawa ng mga espasyo, pakikinig sa mga tao, or paggawa ng simpleng teritoryo na kung saan pwedeng mag-usap ang lahat na wala ang propesyon, etc., etc. No? So ito yung sinasabi ni Delusion Guattari na paggawa ng teritoryo. Pero itong teritoryo na to ay nananatiling nagbabago. Kasi pag ito ay naging permanente, perhaps it can lead into different forms of chaos. No? Thank you very much. No?
So, good afternoon. Walang PowerPoint presentation. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers. Of course, for an outsider right now, it is an honor for two things, perhaps. It is an honor to speak side by side with former colleagues, especially with Sir Riniel and Doc Pao. During my time here in UST, although our interests are not really that aligned, as during that time I think I was already dwelling or struggling with the text of Paul Ricoeur, there are from time to time, we've been engaging in some talks regarding these themes, Deleuze, Guattari, Frankfurt School, so on and so forth. And secondly, I thank the organizers as well for giving me a sort of a starting point for this talk. If you have read the event description, it quotes much from Foucault, and the word discomfort, although absent in Foucault, discomfort can characterize perhaps what we can say as how to philosophize with Foucault. This is what I will try to draw out in this talk. First, I would just like to comment on the talk of Dr. Pao. Earlier, I think it is Dr. Pau's talk I hope, would make intelligible yung mga sasabihin ko dito, because as I was writing this, it appears to me very technical in rereading it again. Whatever the things that Dr. Pao had said, there is some truth to that, especially Foucault's affinity with the Frankfurt School. Although he mentioned earlier that it was implicit, in the later works of Foucault, he would say that he finds fellowship with the Frankfurt School. And he specifically mentions that it is always through Nietzsche. Okay, so along these lines, even the normative claims of the Frankfurt School, perhaps you can see. I hope in this discussion you can see that in listening to this talk, you can see where Foucault, where we can situate Foucault in that sort of what Dr. Pao mentions as figurations of French critical theory. Okay. So I'll begin now. Well, first, given the theme of the symposium, I will attempt to extract salient points of Foucault's project of critique, mostly his methodology, under the aegis of discomfort. Textually, and as a gesture of fidelity to the description provided by the organizers for the theme of this symposium, I start with this working proposition: discomfort as an impetus for critique. The proposition, however, begs the question, various questions even. First, what is discomfort? What gives rise to discomfort? And what is it to philosophize on the basis of discomfort? Allow me to suspend attempts in answering these questions for now, with the hope of eventually reverting to them. Also, whether the proposition will be confirmed, denied, is something which, even up to now, I grapple to talk about. Moving forward, it is up to begin with Foucault's reminder in his essay entitled "For an Ethics of Discomfort," which I now quote at length. Never consent to being completely comfortable with one's own presuppositions. Never let them fall asleep, but also never to believe that a new fact will suffice to overturn them. Never to imagine that one can change them like arbitrary axioms, remembering that in order to give the necessary mobility, one must have a distant view, but also look at what is nearby and all around oneself. To be mindful that everything one perceives is evident only against a familiar and little-known horizon, that every certainty is sure only through the support of a ground that is always unexplored. The most fragile instant has its roots. In that lesson, there is a whole ethic of sleepless evidence that does not rule out, far from it, a rigorous economy of the true and the false, but that is not the whole story. End of quote. Foucault, echoing Maurice Merleau-Ponty, introduced the foregoing exhortation as an essential philosophical task. The philosophical task which Foucault calls us to undertake is inaugurated by a refusal to actively consent, a performative act which is taken as a point of departure rather than a response. Exegetically, this act of refusal is directed against comfort in one's own presuppositions, such that it should put into the question the evidentiary status of one's thought and to rob them of their certainty. Foucault explains much about this in one of his conversations, which is entitled What Our Present Is. Ultimately, the refusal to be comfortable in one's own thought is to submit it to fragility, and ultimately, in order to give them the necessary mobility. These are themes that we can extract from that one paragraph in the 4 Ethics of Discomfort. In fact, in 4 Ethics of Discomfort, if you have time to course through it, that is the last paragraph of the Ethics of Discomfort. Nowhere in that essay was comfort or discomfort was mentioned except in that last paragraph. And I think that last paragraph summarizes what Foucault thinks of how should we think about critique. Hence, the following points. First, discomfort as a methodological decision. Second, it should be directed on the evidentiary status of thought, or what elevated thought to the level of presupposition, certainty, and acceptability in view of granting thought its fragility and mobility. Under the context of essay, I would add a third point outside of the last paragraph of the 4 Ethics of Discomfort. I would say, in the whole of the article, there is an attempt for Foucault to figure a sort of concept concerning discontinuities. Okay, so these 3 points will be the guiding principles of this paper. In brief, notably in the essay for an ethics of discomfort, Foucault integrates the theme of political courage, rendering the obvious not obvious at all, and the dangers of conservatism of the left, of those who awaits in the empty shell of empty universal revolution. Parallels can be seen in the themes Foucault explored in his text lectures on Kant, starting from Foucault's What is Critique, What is Enlightenment, and What is Revolution. These 3 texts I submit are really, this is Foucault explaining his method of philosophizing. If you go through the text of Foucault, his lectures in Collège de France, in his introductions in his book, he will always provide a sort of recalibration of how are we supposed to conduct this analysis of social structures, phenomena, so on and so forth. But the whole Foucauldian project, I think can be understood. If you want to enter the text of Foucault, these 3 texts would be helpful. Now, so that being said, if only to clarify the premises of the discussion, engaging through the propositions which I stated above would mean to engage with Foucault as a thinker rather than his thought. After all, what is under interrogation is the task itself, rather than the object of such task. This, nevertheless, does not discount, but in fact affirm, that his method as a thinker is charged by the conclusions arrived at by his thought. Hence, it is also the hope of this discussion that while it attempts to elaborate on Foucault's program as a thinker, the salient points of his philosophy could also arise. So on the first point, discomfort as a methodological decision. In What is Critique, an essay that was originally a lecture given at the French Society of Philosophy on May 27, 1978, Foucault ended his presentation by characterizing critique vis-a-vis the question of Aufklärung, or I do not know if I pronounce that right, or enlightenment in English, in Kant, which to him should take, and I quote, decision-making will not to be governed. This is the first step for him. This first step to him is in asking questions about the knowledge in its relationship with domination. Foucault furthers that the decision-making will is a question of attitude. Foucault would nevertheless clarify that the will not to be governed is not necessarily referring to something that would be fundamental anarchism, that would be like an originary freedom, absolutely and wholeheartedly resistant to any governmentalization. Foucault thusly limited the scope of the will not to be governed as the will not to be governed thusly, like that, by these people at this price. The clarification harks back to the fundamental characteristics of critique, which is always condemned to dispersion, dependency, pure heteronomy, considering that critique only exists in relation to something other than itself. The qualifier of thusly, like that, etc., makes it possible to always already situate the individual in a specific form of government from which critique should be directed, and more primordially, in which the decision-making should be made. Thus, I quote Foucault at length, if governmentalization is indeed this movement through which individuals are subjugated in reality of a social practice through mechanisms of power that adhere to truth, well then, I will say that critique is the movement by which the subject gives himself the right to question truth on its effects of power and question power on its discourses of truth. Well then, critique will be the art of voluntary insubordination, that of reflected intractability. Critique would essentially ensure the subjugation of the subject in the context of what we call, in a word, the politics of truth. End of quote. The characterization of critique, well, before I proceed, the quotation is loaded in as much as it speaks already of the themes that drives the analysis of Foucault, the theme of power, the theme of knowledge, the theme of subjugation. But later on, I hope that even as a side note, we can be able to at least grasp what these concepts mean. So, moving forward, the characterization of critique as movement by which the subject gives himself the right to question, and the art of involuntary insubordination situate the subject, or subjugation for that matter, as a possible locus of critique, who also stands the very product of the subjugating reality, one which is constituted by the interplay of power and truth, or the politics of truth. The apparent reflexivity of the claim, that is, that the fact that it is the subject that gives himself the right to question the subjugating reality, calls for a quick detour, if only to limit the proposition that the subject is a locus of critique, and of course, to avoid the temptation to elevate the subject into a transhistorical entity. So, Doc Pao was talking about earlier that there is a sort of movement from French thinkers to do away with the talk on freedom, talk on subjectivity, so on and so forth. That is why, even if ultimately this will be about freedom, Foucault is very careful in situating this locus of critique so as not to reduce his thought, so as not to make him, for him not to be accused of doing a philosophy of freedom, philosophy of the subject, this transhistorical subject. So, moving forward, the apparent reflexivity of the claim brings into mind a movement, or better yet, an explication in Foucault's thought insofar as elaboration on the operation of power is now bifurcated as to include the subject through which, for which, and regarding which the truth is manifested. Foucault lays down the premise of his study in his 1980 lectures in Collège de France under the banner Government of the Living in this wise. And I quote, "We have now more or less tightened up the problem. Why and how does the exercise of power in our society, the exercise of power as government of men, demand not only acts of obedience and submission, but truth acts in which individuals who are subjects in the power relationships are also subjects as actors, spectator witnesses, or objects in the manifestation of truth procedures? Why in this great system of relations of power has a regime of truth developed indexed to subjectivity? Why does power require, and for thousands of years in our societies has required, individuals to say not only, here I am, me who obeys, but in addition, this is what I am, me who obeys, this is who I am, this is what I have seen, this is what I have done. In other words, for Foucault, just to provide a quick explanation, he's just explaining why in the formulations of power that we have, in the exercise of power that we have, there are instances. The development of power indeed necessitates from us to speak something about ourselves. Okay, and emblematic to this is, of course, how truth is attained in court procedures. Okay, the witness, this is what I have seen, so on and so forth. Second, in the confessional, bless me, Father, for I have seen, my last confession was like this and that, I did this, I did this, I did that. And actually, it was on the basis of this truth manifestation elicited from the subject wherein the exercise of power can be, that power can be exercised. So this is the, like in broad strokes, this is the thematic of power in the later Foucault. Now, the fact that there is a deep bond between the exercise of power and the obligation of individuals to become themselves essential actors in the manifestation of the truth and the procedures of aliturgy needed by power opens up a space by which a subject can, indeed, exercise the primordial step of voluntary insubordination exhorted by critique. Nevertheless, in this level, voluntary insubordination is preceded by voluntary submission to the bond of the truth, which makes possible the emergence of truth acts from the same subject and through or for which the subject itself is constituted. In other words, in the words of Jean Havard, the subject confronts the power in this sense in its voluntary guises, a willing pupil, a zealous convert. With this, Foucault formulates the question from which a critical analysis of power should proceed. That is, what can the voluntary bond with the truth say about the involuntary bond that ties us and subjects us to power? Foucault nevertheless would call the foregoing as traditional way of posing the philosophical political question. The confrontation of power and its involuntary guises, everything from the disciplinary gaze to diffuse governmental techniques, however, demands recalibration, if not the reversal of such philosophical political question, and putting it in another way. So before I will be quoting at length again, before proceeding with my quotation, the development of power in Foucault starts from a conception of power which is a mode of domination, the Victorian power. That is, you can locate power in an entity which exercises domination. So later on, he will call that an analysis on the basis of ideology, as you can pinpoint the consciousness behind the exercise of power. However, Foucault would later on develop, especially in Discipline and Punish, that power is one of relations already. It is systemic. And it is precisely because of this systemicity of the exercise of power that little do we know, we are already caught in its mechanism. So this is the question of critique, therefore, should be directed to this form of power in this form of exercises of power. So, and again, I quote Foucault. But I think we can also try to take the same problem the other way around. That is, what can the subject say in relation to the involuntary guises of power? Not by positing first of all the right to access of truth to the truth, not by establishing first of all this voluntary and as it were contractual bond with the truth, but by posing first of all the question of power in the following way. What does the systematic, voluntary, theoretical, and practical questioning of power have to say about the subject of knowledge and about the bond with the truth by which, involuntarily, this subject is held? In other words, it is no longer a matter of saying, given the bond tying me voluntarily to the truth, what can I say about power? But instead, given my desire, decision, and effort to break the bonds that bind me with power, What then is the situation with regard to the subject of knowledge and the truth? It is not a critique of representations in terms of truth or error, truth or falsity, ideology or science, rationality or irrationality that should serve as indicator for defining the legitimacy of denouncing the illegitimacy of power. It is, first and foremost, the movement of freeing oneself from power that should serve as revealer in the transformations of the subject and the relation the subject maintains with the truth. In other words, end of quote. In other words, the decision-making will not to be governed, the critical attitude should refuse to occupy spaces found by truth or knowledge, which it voluntarily bonds, submits with, or refuse to take such space from which it subjects to critique power. The critique should be directed to power, one which revealed the situation with regard to the subject of knowledge and truth. Thus, the critical attitude impels a double refusal, or a twofold decision. First, one which is directed to the mechanism of power itself, and second, one which is directed to the subject of knowledge. Foucault would then refer this reversal of philosophical, political form of analysis, which characterizes this analysis, which rests more on a standpoint rather than a thesis, a methodological decision rather than a conclusion. Foucault furthers that the said standpoint is an attitude, which consists in thinking that no power goes without saying, that no power of whatever kind is obvious or inevitable, and consequently, no power warrants being taken for granted. Foucault clarifies that it is not so much about proposing a suspension of certainty, which is emblematic of the great philosophical approach, but one which brings into play a systematic way the non-necessity of power of whatever kind. In further clarifying the methodological decision, Foucault pronounced that it is not having in view at the end of a project a society without power relations. It is rather a matter of putting non-power or non-acceptability of power not at the end of the enterprise, but rather at the beginning of the work, in the form of questioning of all the ways in which power is actual fact accepted. Hence, the project is not a question of saying that all power is bad, but of starting from the point that no power whatsoever is acceptable by right and absolutely and definitely inevitable. The standpoint is a 0 point, and to occupy a 0 point, if such exists, is, as Foucault affirmed, to stand in an uncomfortable region. In the preface to Foucault's 1961 work entitled Madness and Civilization, and with the subtitle History of Insanity in the Age of Reason, Foucault explains the impetus of the project which he was to endeavor. And I quote, "We have yet to write the history of that other form of madness, by which men, in an act of sovereign reason, confine their neighbors and communicate and recognize each other through the merciless language of non-madness. To define the moment of this conspiracy before it was permanently established in the realm of truth, before it was revived by the lyricism of protest, we must try to return in history to that 0 point in the course of madness, at which madness is an undifferentiated experience, a not yet divided experience of division itself. This is doubtless an uncomfortable region. To explore madness, we must renounce the convenience of terminal truth and never let ourselves be guided by what we know of madness. None of the concepts of psychopathology, even and especially in the implicit processes of retrospection, can play an organizing role. What is constitutive is the action that divides madness, not the science elaborated once this division is made and calm restored. What is originative is the caesura that establishes the distance between reason and unreason. Reason's subjugation of non-reason, wresting it from its truth as madness, crime, or disease, derives especially from this point." So that quotation, I think, would exemplify the approach, the decisions Foucault makes whenever he starts an enterprise. This is for madness and indiscipline punished for imprisonment and criminality. He poses the same question in different terms, but on the same effect. As well, in the history of sexuality, it was always through these effects as well that he is trying to analyze the phenomenon or the system which brings forth or responsible for the emergence of all these practices. Hence, the question instead would be, in what way the effects of coercion, characteristics of these positivities, not be dissipated by a return to the legitimate destination of knowledge and by a reflection on the transcendental that fixes knowledge, but how can they instead be reversed or released from within the concrete strategic field, this strategic field that induced them, starting with the decision not to be governed. And so, well, it was a lengthy part, but in other words, an analysis of certain practices such as madness. Foucault, as a thinker, would start it with this refusal of not really suspending everything, but simply looking at the idea of madness, the practice of criminality, penology, so on and so forth, as it is. Okay? And in order for you to look at it as it is, paradoxically, you have to look in and around what constitutes that phenomenon or what constitutes that practice. And this is where the works on what is critique, what is enlightenment, and what is revolution come into play. In For an Ethics of Discomfort, Foucault takes note of what can be drawn out from reading the Era of Ruptures of Jean Daniel regarding moments when certainties, the obvious, get lost. Thus, an obvious fact gets lost not when it is replaced by another which is fresher or cleaner, but when one begins to detect what made it obvious, the familiarities which serve as its support, the obscurities upon which its clarity was based, and all these things that coming from far away, carried it secretly and made it in such that it was obvious. Consistently, in the conversations entitled What Our Present Is, Foucault explains the direction of his studies inasmuch as he wanted to reintegrate a lot of obvious facts of our practices in the historicity of some of these practices and thereby rob them of their evidentiary status in order to give them back the mobility that they had and that they should have. Foucault explicitly refers to the foregoing as a problematique of what we call today or our present, on how the obvious gets lost, on how we regain the mobility of thought was explored primarily in Foucault's essay on Kant's What is Enlightenment. Foucault's first engagement with Kant's What is Enlightenment is his lecture entitled What is Critique, where the themes of the latter were revisited in Foucault's subsequent lectures in Collège de France entitled Government of the Self and Others, and the essay itself, What is Critique? In What is Enlightenment? In What is Enlightenment, Foucault highlights that it is in the reflection of today, as difference in history, and as a motive for a particular philosophical task, that the novelty of Kant text appears to lie. Hence the motto of the Enlightenment, the aude sapere, and dare to know. From this, Foucault then would view modernity, inaugurated by the Enlightenment, or philosophizing in terms of enlightenment, as an attitude or ethos constituting a voluntary choice that marks a relation of belonging and presents itself as a task, which could be described as a permanent critique of our historical era. Thus, to mark one's belonging to the present while subjecting the present into critique, to undertake the task of critique of our historical era does not only call for historical investigation of the present, but also simultaneously to problematize man's relation to the present, man's historical mode of being, and the constitution of the self as an autonomous subject. Foucault calls this mode of making the Enlightenment a central question as a historical philosophical practice, one which interrogates the relationships between structures of rationality which articulate through discourse and the mechanisms of subjugation which are linked to it, or the relationship between power, truth, and the subject. Foucault points out the first characteristic of what he calls as the historical philosophical practice. I think he was very explicit in calling this historical philosophical practice um, as the as the as the element which he can say that he is in fellowship with the Frankfurt School. He characterizes this as to desubjectify the philosophical question, or what therefore am I, by way of historical contents, to liberate historical contents by examining the effects of power whose truth affects them and from which they supposedly derive. In What is Enlightenment, Foucault calls this historical philosophical practice, characterized in What is Critique, as a critical historical ontology of ourselves, one which is characterized as limit attitude and a test of reality. And as a limit attitude, Foucault describes the philosophical ethos as limit attitude that should transform the Kantian question of knowing the limits of knowledge into positive one, that is, in what is given to us as universal, necessary, obligatory, what place is occupied by whatever is singular, contingent, and the product of arbitrary constraints. However, a reading of Foucault would show that this change in the direction of the said philosophical practice rests on a more primordial conviction to transform an investigation on intelligibility through a mere search for formal structures of knowledge with universal value to an investigation of intelligibility in terms of what makes it singular. The mode of investigation, Foucault notes, is what he calls as an examination of eventualization. Thus, the study on the legitimacy of knowledge practices is displaced by two correlative operations to perform. A study in order, first, to bring out the conditions of acceptability of a system, or what he calls as archaeology, or the analysis of the power-knowledge nexus supporting an acceptability, and second, follow the breaking points which indicate its emergence, or what he calls as genealogy. Foucault characterizes, of course, this analysis as genealogical in design and archaeological in method. Perhaps another excursus on Foucault's thought about his work would be helpful. In the conversations entitled, once again, What Our Present Is, Foucault explained, the kind of obvious fact depriving people of their liberty is really the simplest, most logical, most reasonable, most equitable form of punishing someone for an infraction of the law. This was not very much discussed. So what I wanted to do was to show how much finally this equivalence, which for us is clear and simple, between punishment and depriving people of their liberty is in reality something relatively recent. It's a technical invention whose origins are distant, but which was truly integrated into the penal system and became part of penal rationality by the end of the 18th century. In this mode of analysis, Foucault furthers that what makes a system acceptable or what makes it obvious cannot be dissociated from identifying what made it difficult to accept, its arbitrary nature in terms of knowledge, its violence in terms of power, in short, its energy. To account for this, the analysis should be total, not that one would resort to ideology in order to explain the positivities, but that it should endeavor to analyze the extremities of a system, its frontiers, its points of division, the points of rupture. In other words, the points from which the artifice and not the foundation is drawn, an artifice which makes it singular and which allows it to be intelligible as such, as a singularity. Hence, singularity understood as effect of relationship or power relations between these points. While at it, it bears pointing out that these relationships are in perpetual slippage from one another, as they are always already caught in other elements of interaction, which renders them capable of resituated in a context that exceeds or beyond it. This notwithstanding, or consequently, while these relationships are local, it can render possible effects on the interactions which exceed it, or which it belongs. Thus, not only do these networks of relationship affect the singular, it also grants mobility, fragility, and contingency to the singular. This element of mobility, fragility, and contingency to what is singular is actually the opening of an analysis towards the possibility of discontinuity. When you say discontinuity, it is the opening to the new, opening of the present to the new. And for Foucault, it is at these points where possibly the practice or the attitude of enlightenment may emerge. That is the task of going out of the current systems that we are being subjected upon. So again, to render fragile, contingent, or mobile thought is to open thought to the domain of possibility and consequently the reversibility or possible reversal. Thus, in critique, one also draws out the possibility of no longer being, doing, or thinking what we are, do, or think. Situating this possibility is what Foucault calls as the seeking of giving new impetus to the undefined work of freedom. So, my discussion on revolution on next, but since in the interest of time, I will just conclude in perhaps 2 points. Well, ultimately, as I mentioned, to go to the what makes it fragile, to what makes a system of knowledge or practices fragile, is actually the points where these changes should be employed. It is where this test of reality, it is where the practices should be tested, in other words. Okay? For this, just to conclude, I present 2 points, in order to sort of to go back to the theme of this talk. First, Foucault as a thinker. All of the works of Foucault, at least the major works, were propelled much by his experience rather than his being an intellectual. The 1950s, he has these engagements with the asylums in France. Okay, hence the work History, hence the work on Madness and Civilization. In 1970s, Discipline and Punish was brought about by the prison revolt. Prison revolt, which was the precursor of which was the 1968 revolt. Kasi noong 1968, because of the revolution, so on and so forth, many of the dissidents were imprisoned, and because of this imprisonment, there were like lots of problems which had been being detected in the prison, and so on and so forth. And that's why Foucault was able to, in fact, he formed a group in order to situate, to see what really is the problem within this prison system that we have. And hence the book Discipline and Punish. And lastly, in History of Sexuality, it's also the experience of Foucault, going to the fringes of the practices in the subcultures of homosexuality, sadomasochism, so on and so forth, wherein these books were brought into fore. And in other words, to constitute an ethics of discomfort, or for Foucault, is not really more than the fact of being uncomfortable with the presuppositions that we have, is to go to these practices wherein discontents are being experienced. The discontents in the asylum, the discontents in the penal system, and discontents in the identification of the sexes, of normalcy. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, for an ethics of discomfort, no mention whatsoever of comfort or discomfort was made by Foucault, except in this last paragraph. However, a reading of the whole essay would show that in order to begin with an essay based on discomfort, it simply takes a sort of political courage, first and foremost, in order to render to thought their desired mobility, because it is in this mobility wherein these possible reversals can be made. Hence, as submitted earlier, for an ethics of discomfort draws parallel with the analysis of Kantian texts. However, even if we cannot really say that Foucault engenders this sort of philosophy, because of the parallels, we can say that Foucault's critique writing of the four ethics of discomfort can be used as a sort of text in order to situate the whole philosophical practice of Foucault under the aegis of discomfort. Although, of course, it will always be by way of a footnote. Well, my time is up kanina pa, so thank you.
Thank you, Doc Pao. Thank you, Doc Reyes, and thank you, Mr. Bello. In the interest of time, we will only be entertaining one question. So, for anyone who would like to ask, please just approach the mic. Okay, Brian.
Ayun, good afternoon, everyone. Siguro my question is specifically addressed. Oh my God. Ayun. Siguro my questions are specifically directed to Doc Pao since I think his talk is very much aligned with my research interest. So I have two questions. First is on the relation of philosophical culture and its popularization in France. I recall Theodore Adorno being critical of popular music as a form of protest because he believes it could be easily manipulated. The same thing with the revolutionary culture of May 68. And also the nostalgia that the media feeds into the people. Do you think, Doc, that the revolutionary content or the critical content of May 68 and its legacy could be watered down? And siguro my question is, how could we prevent it from being simply watered down into this caricature na, ayun nga, May 68 na parang it's just an event na nawala yung critical appraisal niya? And my second question, you mentioned Doc Louis Althusser. So again, my question is on Louis Althusser. So if we one of the main things that Louis Althusser talks about in his more texts in the 60s was the epistemological break that Marx encounters and the change of basically you mentioned his distancing from the problem of alienation. Siguro, Doc, my question is in relation to the second normative claim of critical theory of emancipation from slavery and abolition of social injustice. How do you think the removal of alienation could affect the emancipatory impulse or emancipatory potentialities of Althusser's Marxism? Yun po, Doc. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brian. I should have not mentioned Althusser. Or the May 1968 events. Look, okay, the first question about the May event or series of events, no, late 60s. Any event can be, I think that's enough to be the May 1968 student appraisal in Europe and other parts of the world. It could be any event that can be watered down. For example, the way even, let's say in our own context, EDSA 1 has been watered down. We hardly, remember, okay, the so-called 1986, I don't know if it's a revolution, but the 1986 event. So is that the fault of media? I think it's the fault of, I think it's the fault of the academe. The fault of academe in the sense that we don't talk about it in the academe that much. And so the discussion, if there is such discussion, is relegated to Facebook, media, TikTok, Twitter, and so on, not in the academe. So I think the only way for, going back to the 1968 revolt, or the events of 1968, I think the approach is not to popularize it in such a way that it diminishes, its a historical value or meaning. And again, I think the academe, philosophers, historians in particular, play a very important role in keeping alive that meaning, no? That historical meaning. So, yeah, it's just, the May 1968 event is just an instance, but we can use other historical events as well, like in the Philippines. For example, the way the so-called history of martial law has been, you know, as you call it, watered down. We barely talk about this event. And so, because we don't talk about this event with our students in the academe, then the historical meaning diminishes. Its historical aura, to use a Benjaminian idea, no, diminishes. Okay, so on the second point, can you nakalimutan ko bigla. Just very quickly, yung second point mo, yung
in relation to the second
Althusser.
In the second
Yeah.
claim of normative critical theory of emancipation and abolition of social injustice, paano po maaapektuhan ng pag-veer away ni Althusser sa problem ng alienation? Since ayun nga, a lot of Marxists would see alienation as a pressing problem.
Yeah, Althusser was very influential in the 60s, influential in particular to Foucault and to Derrida, not so, well, indirectly to Deleuze. Because he presented an alternative reading of Karl Marx, as I pointed out earlier. It's a movement away from the emphasis on subjectivity, because there's this specific reading of Marx that focuses on subjectivity, on what he said, what he calls in the 1844 manuscripts as the species being. So there's Sartre focused on that. In German, in the Frankfurt School tradition, I think it's Fromm who talked about this, the essence of man, when he talked about the essence of man. So there's this specific reading of Marx that is focused on that and revolves around subjectivity. The movement, I think Althusser was instrumental in veering away from that focus. Now, my view is that Deleuze, Foucault, and Derrida didn't really remain with Althusser. And so they eventually developed their own reading of Marx. And as I pointed out, I hinted on this earlier, they are reluctant, critical theorists in as much as they don't say what they're supposed to say. The difference between them and the Frankfurt School, the members of the Frankfurt School, is that Adorno, Horkheimer, Marcuse, and company were more upfront with regard to, let's say, the second normative claim of critical theory, the eradication of social injustice and so on. Now, when you read carefully Foucault, as demonstrated also by Jekyll earlier, there's no other conclusion. No? When you read, for example, the essay on critique, according to Foucault, it's not so much that we don't want to be governed, we just don't want to be governed too much. That's what he says. So it's not about doing away with systems, doing away with power, doing away with the government, and so on. It's about not being governed too much, not being oppressed, in other words. So at the end of the day, it's all about freedom. Now, lastly, yung alienation. There's no explicit discussion of alienation in French, at least in the philosophers that I mentioned. It doesn't mean that they were not concerned. It's just that they didn't want to talk about alienation from the purview of subjectivity. There's too much talk about the subject. So the tendency of too much talk about the subject is this tendency to become self-absorbed while forgetting what I think Dr. Reyes mentioned earlier as the outside of the subject. As a matter of fact, I'll mention it here because this is a question that I am supposed to ask Dr. Reyes. I wanted to ask him 2 points. Can chaos, let me just, sayang nandito na ako so, I don't know if we wanted to respond, but it's related to what you're saying. So I'll take advantage of this opportunity. Chaos for Deleuze and Guattari is not necessarily negative, because chaos is just one of the three planes of immanence that they mention. Chaos, then difference is the second plane of immanence. The third one is thought. So chaos is the ontological given. It's the pre-thought, and it's the pre-recognition of difference. It's just chaos. It's simply there. No, it's the gift of Heidegger. And then we enter the picture, and what we recognize is this chaotic chaosmos, and our tendency is to organize so that we can control, the chaos. In itself, the chaos is indifferent to human thought. But as humans, there's no problem with, the problem, and this I'm drawing now from the Dialektik die Aufklärung of Adorno and Horkheimer. The problem is when we start to impose our thinking on the chaos. That creates the other form of chaos that Dr. Rainiel mentioned earlier, which for me, instead of using the word chaos, I would use the word violence. Now, it's not that the idea of alienation disappears in Foucault, Deleuze, and Derrida, and the other French thinkers. Rancière is another instance. It's just that they don't want to talk about it from the standpoint of, this existentialist subject. And then the last point in relation to Dr. Reyes. It's very interesting that Deleuze provides us with an alternative language, an alternative ontology. Chaos, difference, thinking. And it's not based on, the Dasein that is contemplating on the world. It forces us to think outside the self, I think. It's not so much what you call post-human is not the eradication of the human. Post-human means, let's just stop thinking about ourselves too much. And maybe we're going out of ourselves, going out of our self-absorption, will make it, we will have a better vision or better perspective of what's going on around us. The problem with social media today is that that's a problem. It should be democratizing knowledge and information so on, but the tendency is the opposite. It's creating more and more reclusive people, yung self-absorbed people. That's quite sad because the role of social media is not to create self-absorbed people, but it should force us to go out there, to engage with the chaos. And make sense of the chaos, to identify differences, make sense of the chaos, to make sense, and that's already thinking, but not to be self-absorbed in such a way that the thinking, and this is Adorno now, becomes reified. The object should not, or rather thinking should not overpower the object, overpower chaos. I've talked too much, so I'll stop there. Thank you for the question, Brian.
I apologize if we cannot enter any more questions, but then if anyone has any questions, and they can send it to the emails of those who had presented earlier. So thank you to everyone for actively participating in all of our open forums. I would like to invite Dean Michael Anthony Vasco to present the certificates to Professor Paulo A. Bolaños, Professor Greniel S. M. Reyes, and Mr. Jeco Belio M.A. J.D. This certificate states that the University of Santo Tomas, Faculty of Arts and Letters, Department of Philosophy, hereby awards certificates of appreciation to Professor Paulo A. Bolaños, Professor Rainiel S. M. Reyes, and Mr. Jeco Belio for sharing their expertise during the panel discussion titled The French Tradition of Critical Theory as part of the first Continental Philosophy Symposium with the theme of In Praise of Discomfort, held at the Tark Auditorium from September 11 to 12, 2023. Thank you, Doc Pao, Doc Reyes, and Mr. Belio for your interesting insights. I think that it's fitting to close the symposium with the philosophy of Franco Berardi, wherein he states that we must embrace the limitations of our human conditions, as this should be embraced rather than avoided. The chaos that exists should not be avoided. More than being accepted, we should seize the moments wherein unhappiness gets overshadowed by our camaraderie, open discourse, and happiness. So with that being said, I would like to invite Dean Michael Anthony Vasco, PhD, again to the stage for the closing remarks, with the UST hymn to follow, and I would like to invite everyone to join the photo op in the end, so may everyone please remain in the auditorium.
To those who are still around, Michel Foucault insists that truth and knowledge, and even discourse in general, are political. Hegemonies of ideas determine the trajectory of discourse. Grand narratives are propagated by those who controls power in a power relations, while micronarratives are almost silenced by grand narrative historians and writers. This perhaps was the point of Jürgen Habermas when he claimed that all knowledge is interested. We tend to advance ideas out of our belief, agenda, persuasion, and agreement. No one will advance an idea that does not conform to his or her belief system or own life world or worldview. Thus, we expect to have a plethora of ideas in order to advance the critique and expand the frontiers of knowledge. The last 2 days saw an exploration of a symphony of ideas in the history of French philosophy, advancing theories and nuances that shaped our thinking about society and reality as a whole. Each philosophical standpoint may either agree or disagree with one another. And to put it in an analogy, just like in music appreciation, one may prefer the prodigious Sergei Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 over the heavenly Frédéric Chopin's Polonaise A-flat Opus 53 over the romantic Franz Liszt's Liebestraume. But through these discourses, we were able to unravel the intricacies of texts, interpretation, meaning, and understanding. Despite diverging views, we are able to bridge the yawning gap through dialogue. Through interpretation and understanding, we are able to apply perhaps Derrida's strategy of difference, realizing the different layers of text and meanings. We realize that writing involves a pharmakon, that is when the text is either a poison or a cure, thereby avoiding spurious parallelisms and interpretations. And in the plethora of meanings and understanding, it is important to note that a fusion of horizons, as underscored by Hans-Georg Gadamer succinctly placed it, the so-called Horizon Vermetzung, aided by our historically affected consciousness through Wirkungsgeschichte und Wirkungszusammenhang. We realize that interpretations are corrected by the text itself, as the phenomenological hermeneutics of Heidegger puts it. Ayon nga kay Emerita Quito, ang kasaysayan ng filosofiya ay filosofiya na rin. In this spirit, I would like to congratulate the organizers and participants of this symposium. Activities like this is a testament that philosophy in UST will continue to thrive and remain as a center of excellence. Thank you.
May everyone please prepare themselves for the UST hymn. May everyone please remain seated for the photo op. And after the photo op, may I please ask everyone to exit the vicinity before 6 o'clock, as I am sure that we are all looking forward to dinner. Thank you.